You gotta leave now, it's time to catch the wind. You will climb up high and look through the clouds. And when you're feeling low, I know you'll bounce back. Oh, and just remember, I will be there for you, baby. Remember, there's nothing out there to get you, don't forget it. When life throws lemons, just call me. Just call me. Just call me. Just call me.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Charlotte, North Carolina, and a very special Memorial Day weekend broadcast of the Sunday night NASCAR Cup Series. Tony Trapasso up in the booth with you for this one. Joining me shortly will be Matt Metler, as he had a family obligation a little bit earlier today. He is on his way to the track, but as y'all know, when you came in, the traffic's pretty stout right now. We are honoring many men and women who have served this great country of ours. And, you know, we're going to start right off with SNN's own Chris Claude. Chris, Tony up in the booth, you got a copy on me, sir?
Yes, I do, Tony.
Well, Chris, I'm going to turn the mic over to you as we have a picture of someone very special to you up on screen right now.
I do not have the broadcast up on yet, but I do know of the picture that you speak about. And yeah, it's my dad, and obviously very proud of his service, and glad that he was able to come home to me and my mom. We have a small family, and so it was very important to try to get him back. And you know, I can't thank him enough for everything that he's done for me, and maybe the man that I am today.
Absolutely, a proud member of the United States Army Specialist 4th Class. But Chris, you know, very special night tonight. Tonight we do honor the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces, you know, in this weekend of remembrance, always focusing on cherishing the freedoms that they fought so hard to defend for us.
Yes, absolutely. I know that Memorial Day is to honor those that have fallen, and unfortunately, with the schedule, the way that it works out, you know, we don't have a race during Veterans Day. Otherwise, we'd kind of separate this out. So we do like to collectively recognize those that you know, paid the ultimate price, and those that were able to still make it back home to their families safe. And I hope those that are watching tonight will be able to appreciate that, and know that while it's not typically the way Memorial Day and what it's meant to recognize, we do want to try to keep those people in mind that have served and are still serving in the military.
Absolutely. Chris, we'll let you get back to practices. We're now going to go to the driver of the number 15, Mr. Bennett Allen. And Bennett, the same thing I just said to Chris, we do have a very special member of your family up on the screen right now.
Yeah, that will be my dad. My dad's currently serving in the United States Navy as a chaplain, which the Navy Chaplain Corps provides chaplains for Coast Guard, Navy, and Marine Corps. So this is our new duty station coming up here, and for me and my mom here in a couple of months. But he's currently deployed, serving on the USS Ramage, as a part of a carrier strike group, and we've been missing him dearly. I graduated a couple weeks ago, and he had to miss out because he's been deployed, but that definitely sucked. But always been thinking about him. I actually got to talk to him a couple hours ago, and while I was watching Indy 500, so that was kind of nice. But
afterwards, you can show him the playback of this broadcast and tell him that we here at SRM are also very proud of him because, as an old Marine once told me, there are no atheists in foxholes.
Yeah, it's pretty true. He stays busy on the ship, and he gets super excited when he gets to come into port, which doesn't really happen often for them. So, I talked to him today. He seems like he's enjoying it. They're only about a month in, so just still starting to get used to it. But not many people know this, but my brother, who doesn't race in the Cup Series, but races along with me in the Xfinity, he's in the Air Force working on missiles and crap up in Montana. So, it's another person in my family who's in the military. And
very cool. Very cool.
Kind of a military family. I didn't really know that until, my dad joined a couple years ago, 2017. And then I found out that my great-grandpa was serving in World War II, and I didn't know that. And then, one thing comes to another, and then, my dad's a chaplain, my brother's in the Air Force, and I'm thinking about joining the Coast Guard. So, it's all kind of crazy that my family's a military family, but I've enjoyed it as a kid. My mom's enjoyed it as a wife, but still kind of sometimes stressful.
Well, thank you to your entire family for their service. We'll let you both get back to practice as that's starting to get ready to wind on down here a little bit. We're going to go through some other names that were given to me earlier today. As up on your screen now is Ashley Fields, the wife of driver of the number 68, Dan Fields. She is currently United States Navy retired navigation specialist. So thank you, Ashley, for all your work. This would be the father of John Wilco, driver of the number 62, Honorable Petty Officer John Wilco of the United States Army. Served in the Navy during World War II. Thank you very much, sir, for your service. And joining in now on your screen is Staff Sergeant Nicholas Skoslow. I do apologize, Staff Sergeant, if I mispronounced your name there. Proud member of the United States Army, and allowed the number 31 Aaron Mack to come home safely when he was deployed with the Staff Sergeant from 2017 to 2019. So again, very special day here on Sim Racing Media and for the Sunday Night NASCAR crew, as again, we remember and honor all those members of the armed forces that paid the ultimate sacrifice, and those who did come home safely, being as, unfortunately, we will not have a race on Veterans Day this year. But getting right to it, track conditions not too shabby right now as we are in a twilight race. We will be finishing under the lights here tonight as we do 600 miles here in the Queen City, as we get ready to roll it over to qualifying. Who is going to be the first one to roll it? And just in case you're joining us, this is going to be one of the very few 600-mile races you're going to be able to see tonight. as there is rain in the real world in the Charlotte Metroplex. Jeff Carson out of Cross Junction, Virginia, out on track right now. He's going to be the first one to roll it. Nick Stein rolling as well. There he is. Everybody doing some patriotic paint schemes here tonight. United States Air Force on Alex Engler's number 82. Thank you, sir, for representing the Air Force. There is Jeremy Miller in his Ford. Matt White is with us tonight in the very patriotic Camaro tonight. Dave Foog Jr. in the 11 out on track. Derek Heitman, one of his first starts with the series tonight, rocking the Mobile One patriotic scheme. Rodrigo Loga out on track right now out of Buenos Aires. Brian Tarnowski, always a tough competitor. He is out on track. Dalton Mobley with us tonight as Jeff Carson goes provisional P1, immediately bumped off by Sean Rogers and Nick Stein. Chad Sanner out on track in the Black Rifle Coffee Company number 59, a veteran-owned company. Ryan Samuelson out on track as Lester down to the top of the heap. However, Jeff Carson takes it back. And now Nick Stein plays hot potato with the front as Miller jumps up to second quick. Lester's on a cooker right now. This could be a very good lap for Lester. Right to the top of the pile, 29.56. Nicely done, sir. There is the aforementioned Aaron Mack. As next person that texts me is getting throat punched. And I'm not playing when I say that. So we will have to talk to Aaron, hopefully post-race, to find out about the staff sergeant a little bit more later in the race. It's going to be a solid lap for him. Ron Fitting making another start in the 3. Flirting with that turn 4 wall, though. That's going to cost him some speed. Tanner Marty, there he is. Bennett Allen. I'm counting 28 haulers in the infield tonight. Pretty solid field. As Allen's going to give up on this lap. Was not happy with something. Decided to take it back pit side. Tanner Marty on his second lap right now. He is going to improve. Currently sits 13th quick. Second lap for Marty. Improves his time, does not improve his position. As Bennett Allen back out on track. This is pretty much going to be a throwaway lap for him. As it is going to be lap 2 and calling it from there. Just about 5.5 minutes left in this qualifying session. Relatively short field here tonight, so everybody should make the race. A lot of drivers at the Real World Charlotte race today, which they just announced a little while ago that it's rained out and will be postponed till tomorrow, hopefully. One of the drivers that was going to the race, however, apparently brought a rig with him. Alex Prince. No, I'm sorry. Princeton was one of the ones not going. Rocking the Navy colors on the 19 here tonight. Sharp-looking scheme for the United States Navy. as he is now on the clock for his first of 2 flyers. Cody Colley in the Superflow 56 also out on track. Let's get back to Princeton. That's a pretty tidy line coming through 3 and 4. This should be a solid lap. Let's see where this one's going to put him. Apparently he negated the lap. That lap's in the... Yep, that's done. So negating both laps, that's never a good thing. Cody Colley, there he is. Oy. Chases it way down the track. Currently sits 19th quick. He was on a better run here, not so much now. There is Lauren Jones in the Flamin' Hot Cheetos ride. Nolan Hodgson in a very patriotic Camaro tonight. As Jones takes the green. Still waiting on Eugenio Alonso, Tim Cook, Rich Jett, John Wilco, Ken Run, and Steve Herring, and Alex Murray to all present for qualifying here tonight. Jones with a good head of steam as Hodgson taking the green now. Jones coming out of 4. This is going to be a good lap. Going to be a very solid lap. Well, 21st, but it was a safety lap. Let's put it that way. As Tim Cook starting to roll now as Hodgson comes through 3 and 4. It's going to be a little bit better than what Jones was able to put up. 18th quick. It's Tim Cook starting to roll now in the Phillips 09. And looks like he is not happy with that as Hodgson comes around to finish his second lap. Looks like he's going to improve. Goes 14th quick. Alex Murray starting to roll. There he is. From right here in Concord. So he was able to get home and get to his rig in time to join us tonight. He should be able to get 1 flyer in. And it's going to be 1 and done as he is running very short on time here. He might get them both in. Not with running up there, he's not. Yeah, no, this is going to be a 1 and done, I fear. He's really going to have to hustle it to get that second lap in. First lap for Murray, though. Somehow got negated. Oh, he's really going to have to hustle it now. Little wiggle coming off of 4. Kept it off the wall, though. It's going to be a solid lap. As Murray goes 6th quick. And that is going to do it for qualifying here tonight. As we get ready to click it on over to the warm-up session now. And while we're doing that, let's take a quick look at the point standings coming into tonight. Travis Kranborg, a race to the good over Brandon Edstrom. Edstrom, both those drivers not here tonight. Another notable driver missing is Seba Cornez. RJ Root not here. Alex Murray is here. Jeremy Miller is here. I think he was. Yes, Miller. Yes, Miller is here. Murray is here. Everybody in front of them in points are not here. Tanner Marty currently sitting 7th. Rich Jett, Chris Claude, and John Wilco currently rounding out your top 10. As you know, these guys are putting in work, that's for sure. Trying to get these cars figured out, if you want to be as blunt as that. One guy that's going to claw his way into the top 10 tonight, or should I say claw his way into the top 10, hopefully, is going to be Nick Stein in the Zero Deuce. So, taking a quick look at the weather conditions as we currently sit in sim. A little bit before, about 10 minutes to 6 in sim time here on the East Coast. 6 mile an hour winds, pretty much a tailwind down the back straightaway. And then they're going to have to deal with a slight cross breeze coming through the dog leg. That's going to be interesting here tonight. 76 degree ambient air temperature. Track temperature currently at 87 degrees, so not too shabby. But as the sun continues to set and the track starts to cool off, these cars are going to get more and more of a handful as they're going to tighten up. So everybody's going to start the race on a little bit on the loose side. So probably a good thing we don't have 42 cars here tonight. But I want to thank everybody for joining us in the live chat. If you haven't done so already, be sure to give these videos thumbs up, because it really does help share these with the YouTube algorithm. The more thumbs up a video gets, the more likely it is to be shared on someone's homepage when they log into their YouTubes. As the hot lap session currently underway. And this is going to get fun, folks, as I am still waiting on my broadcast partner to get his way through traffic. As just a little bit of time left here. A little over a minute. Let us know in the live chat if you are watching this, either, you can leave a comment after, if you're watching a replay of this, but let us know if you're in the live chat right now, what you are thankful for this weekend. If there's ever been a military member that's touched your life, give them a shout out in the live chat. We're all for that here tonight at Sim Racing Media. As we are a veteran-owned company. It's our current Jonathan Leach, U.S. Air Force. So thank you, Jonathan, for all that you do for this great country of ours and this company that you've helped build. As we are getting ready to wind it on down now. Just about 20 seconds left in this practice session. As take a look at some beautiful views that we get from high above the Charlotte Motor Speedway complex. As in the background you can see both the dirt track at Charlotte and the 4-wide drag strip. And then on the outside of the back straightaway, that is the quarter midget track. As we get ready to fire things off here tonight, let's take a quick look at our starting grid. As just waiting on some stragglers, as there we see Joseph Lester starting up on after setting pole position 29.567, 26 thousandths to the good. There's Lester. Nick Stein right to his outside in the Wounded Warrior number 82. We'll go over what that is later tonight. There is the 48 of Matt White. He's going to start inside Jeremy Miller, inside row number 2. Unfortunately, Jeff Carson is not on the grid yet, but we can go to his grid mate, Alex Murray. There he is. Carson making some last-minute adjustments to the number 9. Is Murray going to start outside row number 3. Sean Rogers in the 44. He's going to be joined in row number 4 with Rodrigo Loga. Derek Heitman and Dalton Mobley going to roll it from row number 5. Row 6 is going to see Ryan Samuelson. And there is Brian Tarnowski for outside row number 6. Row 7 is going to give us Dave Frug Jr. There he is in his Mustang. Next to him is going to be Tanner Marty in the number 29. Row 8 goes to Nolan Hodgson. He's going to be joined with Alexander Gangler. Bennett Allen in the 15. He's going to be joined in row number 9. He's going to be joined with Aaron Mack. There is Mack in the 31. Next to him, starting behind them, Chris Claude inside row number 10, the United States Army. Toyota. Starting next to him is going to be, where can I find him? There he is, Cody Colley in the Super Full 56. Chad Sanner in the Black Rifle Coffee number 59. You're going to roll off from inside row number 11. He's going to be joined with that Flamin' Hot Cheetos Ford Mustang of Lauren Jones. And we've got, there he is, Ron Fitting in the Screaming Eagle number 3. He's going to be joined in row number 12 with Eugenio Alonso. And starting tail end of this field, Alex Princeton in the 19. There he is in the United States Navy colors. He's going to be joined with Rich Jett in the Godzilla 77. Steve Herring in the Freedom Isn't Free 89. He's going to be joined with John Wilco in row number 14. And starting in the pits tonight, Tim Cook and Jeff Carson. So Lester going to have the trigger. Geico restart zone is in effect. 13 total sets of tires to get him through this evening. And again, we are going to be finishing under the lights. Fingers crossed we get a solid race in here tonight from Charlotte. The only thing that's left for me to say is it's time to wipe the visor and adjust the 5-point harness. Grandma, grab the burgers off the grill because it's time to get it on in the Queen City. Race fans, it's showtime! This green flag comes out for the first of 400 laps. Here's Stein and Lester go door to door into turn number 1. Solid run going on right now. As everybody getting pretty single filed out early. Nobody really doing anything crazy yet. But I do want to highlight what's going on with Nick Stein's car. If you'll notice on the hood of that car, as we're going to look back from Joseph Lester, It says Mission 22 on the hood of Stein's race car. And for those of you unfamiliar with what's going on with Mission 22, they are a service that provides mental health services to our veterans. Because unfortunately, 22 veterans a day tap out early. Those brave men and women who put their lives on the line right next to their buddies who may or may not have come home with them. When they come home, you know, what is the retired warrior really to do? And that's something that we need to do better in this country, is providing mental health care for our veterans. But Nick Stein bringing awareness to that with the Mission 22 on the hood of that car here tonight. Thank you, Nick, for doing that. As Matt White to the front of the pile right now as we are working lap 4 of 400. Rodrigo Loga currently setting quick time. There he is back in 7th. Everybody's still running pretty single file. Throw a blanket over your top 8 as you got a little bit of a gap back to Dalton Mobley in the deuce. Currently your biggest mover is behind him. That's Nolan Hodgson. He currently sits +5. And just as I say that, Alex Princeton already up 9 into 16th. After unfortunately negating both of his laps in qualifying. Everybody playing nicely so far here tonight from Charlotte. As everybody's about to go white for a second, folks. Unfortunately, Trading Paints didn't load properly. So we're going to try that again. So everybody's car is probably going to flash white for a little bit. As Stein looking to the inside of Lester, coming through 3 and 4. Sorry, folks. Slight technical difficulties. So Stein up to second. Back to where he started. As Miller now working the inside of Lester. Lester's Chevy, he was fast in qualifying. Looks like he might be trying to save some tire in race trim now. There's the double deuce of Alex Murray right behind him. Another Black Rifle Coffee scheme on that car. Sorry, it's P1 Coffee. I do apologize. Same coffee font as in both companies. It's my story and I'm sticking to it. As Murray now pushing Lester down the front chute. There we go. That's what we were hoping for. Now Stein in the 0-2. I don't know why it was showing 82 on the door of that car. Checking back a little bit further, Nolan Hodgson now into the top 10, sitting +5. Everybody playing nice so far, or nicely, I should say. Now Murray going to look to the inside, and he's going to bring the 44 Rogers with him. And Lester just giving up some spots right now. Currently your biggest mover in the negative direction that did not take the green. Checking back in here with Alex Princeton. Princeton caught up on that outside right now. That car does not seem happy up there. And something we've seen the last few races that we've done here at Charlotte is the inside is really where you want to be. Yes, you can defend from the outside, but if you can get to that inside, you're really going to save the tires. And everybody that's getting to that outside right now, they are purposely giving up position so they can get to the low side and not completely just punish the right side tires. That might seem counterintuitive, but because you're on the low side, you can let the car roll so much more, whereas whoever's on the outside really has to honk on it to stay where they are. And because you're not really trying to drive the car as hard down on the low side, you save the right sides by doing so. Currently working lap 13 of 400. Now the stage cautions tonight will be on lap 100. Let me make sure I get this right here. Yes, laps 100, 200, and 300 will be the stages tonight. So, checking back in towards the front end of this field is Sean Rogers and Alex Murray running stem to stern right now in 4th and 5th. Joseph Lester right there with him, as you can throw a blanket pretty much over your top 10. And then you got a little bit of separation back to that man, Bennett Allen, who's currently plus 6th in 11th. There's the 81 of Ryan Samuelson working the inside of Rodrigo Loga. Loga cut up on that top side, and you can see he's able to hold pace with the likes of Dalton Mobley. The only problem is Mobley's not using as much tire as Rodrigo is. As now the 22 of Alex Murray goes up to the top shelf. He got shuffled back there. And right behind him, here comes Nolan Hodgson, currently plus 6 in 9th, as Loga drops 2 spots to 10th. Samuelson and Mobley go door to door. It's Murray and Mobley. And here comes Hodgson to the inside of Ryan Samuelson. This is where your battling is going on, just outside, or at the tail end of your top 10, is now your top 5 starting to pull away. Joseph Lester looking to the inside of Rogers. Rogers going to let him go and get right back in line as quickly as he can. Matt White, your current race leader. There he is. Out of Stewartsville, Minnesota. While you're at it, folks, let us know what your favorite patriotic scheme is tonight here on Memorial Day weekend, as we'd love to hear from you in the live chat. And Paige checking in, agreeing with me about mental health services, housing and benefit. Yeah, there's a ton. I had the unfortunate things happen in my life where I ended up in a homeless shelter, and more than half of the residents of that shelter were United States Armed Forces veterans. So we've got to do better as a country, plain and simple. But getting back to the action on track, there is Murray and Samuelson going door to door, is now Stein and White going after each other. Matt White said, you know what, I led enough laps, I'm going to get back in line. It's Lester making a bid for the lead on Miller. And Miller and Stein looking to be gracious to his teammate, or at least Ford's stablemate. Now Stein looks to the inside. Rogers looking to the inside as well. Miller's got to figure out a way to stop the hemorrhaging. Looks like he did, coming off a 4. It's Dalton Mobley all over the back bumper of Matt White. Mobley going to send it going into 1 on the top side. That's a bit sketchy. Oy. We got some good separation starting to form here. A few distinct little packs. As we're going to check back in here just outside, or just inside the top 20. It's Alexander Gangler and Eugenio Alonso going after each other. And don't look now, but Alex Princeton is currently sitting plus 13. After not getting a valid lap in qualifying, starting almost dead spanking last. Flirting with the top 10, but he's got about 3.5 seconds to make up before he gets to that man in 11th, as Bennett Allen and Rodrigo Loga are well off the group in front of them, over 1/2 second to the clear. In front of them is Ryan Samuelson. And you got Alex Murray, and then you've got another second up the road to Dalton Mobley in the deuce. Meanwhile, at the front of this thing, Joseph Lester currently shows the way. Nick Stein, Sean Rogers, Jeremy Miller, and Matt White. Currently, your top 5. Just checking back in here a little bit deeper in the field. Ron Fitting and Lauren Jones starting to heat things up for 24th. It's Fitting making the bottom lane stick. Check it in. Just inside the top 15, that is Tanner Marty on the high side. It's Chad Sanner working the inside of him. Marty going to let him go, as Marty's going to now have to deal with a very hard-charging Cody Colley in the Superflow 56 right behind him. Checking back in at the front. White and Rogers going after each other, like 2 kids in the backseat of a minivan on summer vacation. It's Rogers on the high side, White on the low shell. Currently working lap 29 of 400. We're going to step away, pay a couple bills, but don't worry, we're going side by side, unlike Fox.
There's a new approach to lawn care, Preen One Lawn Care. Preen One does away with the hassle of multiple bags of different products. It has everything you need for a beautiful lawn in one bag. And all it takes is one application. For season-long weed control and feeding, apply the granules when the lawn is wet and weeds are actively growing. It blocks crabgrass all season. It prevents crabgrass seeds from growing. It kills the seedlings too, even when applied 4 weeks after they sprout. It's your best defense against tough weeds like dandelion, chickweed, henbit, and hundreds more. Plus, its slow-release formula feeds the lawn evenly for months to build stronger roots for maximum heat and drought resistance. Preen One delivers convenience and better performance in one package with one application. Spend more time enjoying your lawn and less time working on it. Preen One, and it's done. It's a lawn dream come true.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
And we are back at Charlotte for the World 600, part of the Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series. And as you saw during the break, Lauren Jones had big issues coming through the dog leg there. And joining me now is my broadcast partner, Matt Mettler. And Matt, I think we both agree that looked like a hardware failure, as that car didn't even try to make the turn coming through the dog leg.
No, it's almost like the dog just jumped out and bit him and then pulled him right up into the outside retaining wall there. It almost looked like a hardware failure, maybe something with his wheel, Tony, as that car then came back down the racetrack and absolutely destroyed the inside barrier as well. And unfortunately, I believe that's going to be another retiree early here in this one, as I could not seem to get Grandma away from the grill. She was just intimate today with that thing, just burning some hot dogs along the way as well, having to help her and keep an eye on her. But hey, everyone plays a part. Memorial Day, the World 600 here, 40 laps in. Glad to be here alongside you, Tony.
1/10 of the way through this piece right now as Matt White shows the way. Your pole sitter, Joseph Lester, currently running in second place. Alex Murray, Nick Stein, and Nolan Hodgson. Hodgson, who's plus 10, has broken into the top 5. Was not happy with his qualifying attempt, as Alex Princeton has clawed 3 seconds back. He's now flirting with the top 10, as unfortunately Rodrigo Loga is the caboose in that little freight train at the front of this piece. As here
And
we
now,
go, big battle going on between Bennett Allen and Ryan Samuelson.
yeah, Samuelson all over the back of the 15. But Tony, we say it time and time again. Catching someone's one thing, passing them is another. 42 laps on the clock, and Samuelson's going to want to try and take his time with this pass. This is a very long race, 400 laps. You don't want to let attrition end your day early.
Oy.
As you can, look at this. I mean, it is an all-out gangbusters here for this right on that 10th place position. The 81, the 2 of Mobley.
Mobley caught the wall. That's what that was. Mobley just blasted the wall. As, it's something we learned Friday night, Matt, as you were on track. You can make passes on the outside, but at the end of a fuel run, your tires are basically going to be giving you a giant middle finger if you want to try to do anything with them.
Yeah, and that's why, Tony, I didn't have a chance to watch our broadcast back. That's why I ran down low as hard as I did, because I knew that would save my tires. Then I could go up top and make that top groove work, where if you run a little bit of the traditional line here, forget about making those passes upstairs on lap 44. I gave up a little bit in the early going, but my car was a rocket in the long ball game. But man, look at this battle right here with Lester and company. He's fallen back a couple spots, as I believe he was our leader just a few short laps ago. Now he's going the wrong way on the racetrack, and now he's going to have his hands full with Hodgson here in the 35, who's up 10 spots here momentarily.
Yeah, Hodgson didn't get the qualifying attempt he was hoping for, but he definitely is showing he's got the long run paces. Almost getting into Lester, going through 1 and 2. And all that battling back here for third is letting White and Murray pull a gap. As Nick Stein kind of in no man's land right now. Sitting in third.
Yeah, no man's land, kind of sitting in third all by himself, but that's not a bad spot where he's at, especially given the distance here tonight. That Ford Mustang running really well, 1 spot back from where he started in that podium position right now. No pressure right now, almost approaching lap 50. Nick Stein will take it, but 2 cars working together right behind that 0-2 machine of Lester and Hodgson. They'll probably get up there sooner than later and probably contest Stein for that third position, as they were hooked up nose to tail momentarily.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one thing we do want to mention is the 9 of Jeff Carson. He is on a recovery drive. As a matter of fact, he pit started that ride, stayed on the lead lap, and has clawed his way back into 15th. So definitely one of our biggest movers. The other big mover is going to be Alex Princeton in the 19 Navy car. And then you've got Carson in a Toyota. The only other Toyota in the field is that U.S. Army number 10 of Chris Claude. With the Prodigy boys deciding to go to the Blue Oval camp, Toyotas are few and far between here tonight.
And that's kind of just the opposite of how we started this season off in Daytona. But like you said, Prodigy with that massive, huge jump over to the Blue Oval, going over to the Ford camp now. Now the Toyotas are the few and the proud in the field. Chris Claude, as you mentioned there in the 10, carrying the right colors on that race car today, if you ask me. Beautiful looking paint scheme on that race car as he's working the top side of the racetrack. Got the 29 closing in on him. He'll be there momentarily as well.
I would like to remind everybody that Claude is honoring his father in that car tonight, as Dwight Claude, United States Army Specialist 4th Class. So Chris playing tribute to our armed services here tonight. A lot of armed service paint schemes here tonight, Matt, and you as a former Marine, Semper Fidelis, but this time of year, it has its ups and downs, because we all know what today. Well, let me rephrase that. You and I both know what today is really about.
Yeah, today's really about those that have served and have fallen and honoring their memory today. And that's really what Memorial Day is all about. Veterans Day is for, celebrating, the ones that have served. And
Two Saturdays ago was Armed Forces Day, where you honor those who are currently active or reservists.
And I'm glad that, I'm glad here in the U.S. we still hold on to that tradition. So many of the core values and things that we did for so long, as of recent years, seems to be getting altered and manipulated, this, that, and the other. But at least, throughout the course of the year, we get a couple opportunities here to do it the right way, to show support and thank yous to all that have served before us currently and the ones that will in the future. And Chris Claude doing a great job of that, carrying those colors on that 10 car. Very fitting for the night.
Well, one thing I would like to point out too, Matt, is on a spring day in 1865, a Waterloo, New York druggist by the name of Henry Wells watched as a lone widow walked to a cemetery to place flowers in the grave of her deceased Civil War soldier husband. And he thought to himself how soon everybody forgot about that war that had just concluded in this country, the North and the South. And he resolved to do something to make sure that those who gave their lives in defense of their country would not be forgotten. And he worked with General John B. Murray, and they planned the first Memorial Day in Waterloo, New York in 1866. And now we're at 150 consecutive years, or over almost 150 consecutive years. Waterloo citizens have remembered with parades, prayers, and ceremonies. And it wasn't until May 26th of 1966 that President Lyndon Johnson signed a proclamation recognizing Waterloo as the birthplace of Memorial Day. So Waterloo, a 20-minute drive from my house.
Yeah, history there right up the road from you, Tony, and a big piece of U.S. history there is, thank you for the backstory there. I was unaware of it, but, well executed and well said on your part. We're taking a look here now as there's Mobley in the 2 machine, starting to inch a little bit closer there on the 81 of Ryan Samuelson. Mobley,
and we're starting to see green flag pit stops.
Yeah, lap 57. That's
Mobley's
an awful long time on those tires, too. There's Mobley on pit road, just like you mentioned.
Well, I mean, you got to keep up with the Joneses. Jeff Carson bringing it pit side as well. They've got a total of 13 sets to get them through tonight. The set they qualified on is the set that they had to start the race on, as Stein and Rogers both bringing them pit side now. Samuelson goes pit side as well. But, the set that they qualified on is the set they had to start the race on, and then they're laying 12 sets in the pits. So a lot of these teams are doing the strategy runs. They know they can make a half distance in the stage, because we got stage breaks at laps 100, 200, and 300 here tonight.
Yeah, so you're looking at about 100 laps a stage, and clearly right now you can see how the strategy is playing out here. That's a healthy amount of tires, in my opinion.
Ideally, we're looking at an 8-stop race right now.
Yep. That'll definitely make things interesting here towards the end, depending on how this race evolves. Plenty of stickered tires in the pits will definitely make for a fitting finish here in the later stages of the race.
Wow.
Did you see that, Tony?
You talking about the lap by Jeremy Miller?
Yeah.
I just saw it. Now our fans are going to see it. Fast lap of the race, 29.857.
Oh.
Nice. That's ripping one off there. Cody Colley previously had fast lap at a 29.89. So,
and I'll tell you what's caution on the racetrack.
Troubles for Princeton. And Princeton was just off of pit road. What happened there?
Wonder if cold tires played a role in that, Tony.
I would bet yes. As here he is coming off of pit road. He probably is going to get into those bumps on the apron in between 1 and 2. Right there as you get to the... yep, that's exactly what happened. And, Chris Claude eats... Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness. Ouch.
Holy cow. Let's watch that again.
I have to digest this. And you're right about those bumps, Tony. There's one right as you come off pit road. If you're deeper...
And there's another one right there.
I hit that manhole too in my race, but luckily I was able to save it.
And Carson absolutely nowhere to go.
You know, I seen Carson chatting in the Discord while I was working, and I jumped in there just to tell him good luck because we both know Carson is a great race car driver.
Oh yeah.
He just has horrible luck on the racetrack.
And that
as
continues.
we go on board. Watch this. Watch what's about to happen to Carson. Oh my goodness.
What happened was Princeton jammed on the binders to lock the car down. Carson thought he was going to continue to roll down the banking. Holy cats. And with that, we are under our first caution as Matt White and company are all getting a free pit stop.
You know, when I think of bad luck in our broadcast, Tony, two names come to mind.
Dave Regal.
Regal, Carson, and King.
There you go.
Those guys there can't seem to finance or finance a paper bag, you know, at times when it comes to bad luck.
Oh, yeah.
In reference to bad luck on the racetrack. I mean, Carson, he's just been robbed week after week and nothing of his own doing. He's just riding along. And for whatever reason, something unexpected literally happens right in front of him, like we just seen with an erratic pit stop, you know, throttle up. I stumbled over my words. I can't believe what just happened.
Yeah, that was nasty.
There's just no time to react. I mean, he went on board with Carson. I mean, the first time he knew there was a problem, he had a mouthful of race car.
He absolutely did. And that's a rough one. As looks like he has left the building. He is already on his way back to the motorhome lot. Took that car immediately behind the wall.
Yeah, no fast repairs in the bank, Tony. So unfortunately, if you find yourself involved in a deal like that, you've seen the smoke billowing from the car before we cut away from the onboard view. I mean, that's it. That's all she wrote, and you have to wait a whole nother week to try and redeem yourself. There's Chris Claude in the 10. He had quite a scare as well there.
Well, he did brush the wall in avoiding that. So let's see if we can see what's on the... That doesn't look too bad. Light contact. So here's the situation we find ourselves in. Matt White is your race leader, but if you take a look, he is way, way back there. So we've got a ton of cars getting ready to take the wave around.
Yeah, as that caution, you know, basically let loose just as we were starting the first round green flag of pit stops. And as you said, Tony, Matt White caught a ton of cars a lap down. I mean, just take a look at all these cars eligible for the wave, and thank God. There's the 48 there. Very seeing 48, a 48 number here at Charlotte, leading the field. You can only think of one driver's name, and that's Jimmy Johnson, of course.
Absolutely, is both he and Chad Canales basically owned this place in the early 2010s.
Yeah, I think he got his first W here, first one here, in the, what was it, 2006 or 7, I want to say.
It might have been in that, yeah.
And then in the early 2010s, like you said, they should have renamed this place Jimmy Johnson Speedway.
They did. They called it Lowe's Motor Speedway at the time. And who was Jimmy Johnson's sponsor?
That's right.
Lowe's.
That's right, Tony.
So, again, welcome to Memorial Day weekend, Sunday night NASCAR, the Cup Series. 600 miles, 400 laps here at Charlotte. As we are currently working lap 65 of 400. One caution for incident that involved Alex Princeton, and unfortunately Jeff Carson guessed wrong as Princeton was spinning back down the track, and we now have 2 retirements to speak of. Carson currently being scored in 28th as Lauren Jones is back out on track in the Flaming Hot Cheetos number 11, as Derek Heitman did only about a lap and then parked it. Got the show-up points for the 78 team, and that's about it. As we are back underway, White pulls the trigger as Jet and Ron go door-to-door going into turn number 1.
Yeah, it's a drag race right behind Matt White in the 48 is there still don't have it settled. Now there he goes. He's going to get that. He's going to pull ahead out of the bottom there in the 33 of Ken Ron, having a great run here, up 27 spots. Brick Jet as well, up 22, all inside the top 5. And look who's right there with them. Chris Claude up 14 spots. He's in 5th. And we got a gaggle of cars right behind this group right here. This is all for right around that second and third place battle. But look at this right here, Tony. You want to talk about the hornet's nest? This is where it is right now. Is Stein has a moment, makes some contact, continues to point straight, but look at all of these cars fighting for position at over 180 miles an hour.
This is everybody that got caught a lap down when that caution came out and had to take the wave around. As right now, Jeremy Miller leading that charge as he claws his way back just outside the top 5 right now. As that is Ron. No, it's not. That is the 62. And I don't have it. Oh, there we go. John Wilco right in front of him. And Miller just reset fast lap of the race again. Holy Christmas.
And Tony, we haven't even transitioned to darkness yet.
No, we haven't.
And we're already running 29.8s. I mean, these guys could be flirting with 29.4s later on tonight as we transition into darkness. And that's the other part of this race, right, Tony? A 600-mile endurance race, starting it later on in the day. This track's going to change a bunch. Comers and goers are probably going to be a big part of the story here, is you want to make sure your car is set up late tonight. If it's fast in the early going, you might be a little worried, especially that guy up on the box, because this track is going to change a ton.
Ooh, 3 wide.
And then 29 rolls out of the throttle, and rightfully so.
Good grief.
Bennett Allen there in the 15 to 59 below him. That's being piloted by, let's see, the 59 of Chad Snight. There's Sanner as well right there. Those guys were both in that 3 wide as the 15 of Bennett comes down and just slams the door on Sanner.
Now, Sanner is a lap car, but he's still racing for it.
He's not driving like a lap car, I'll tell you that.
Good grief. Jeremy Miller set on kill. Look at that last lap by Miller. 29.81.
810. Oh, my. You think Miller's not
and backs it up with
tonight?
a 29.895. Are you kidding me?
I mean, consistently running 29s in this next gen car. I mean, he is hooked up to Chris Claude there, getting a heck of a draft. He is getting all the ponies out of that 30 and the handling to go along with it.
One thing we didn't mention was Cody Colley has wrestled the lead away from Matt White, as White going to battle back, coming through the dog leg, going to close the gap a little bit, as now Miller and Claude door to door. Claude just gives Miller the room. He knows that he doesn't want to be up on that top shelf if he wants to conserve the tires. And back there is... Oy. I don't have it. Oh, yes, I do. It was 31 of Sanner was doing something. Or, sorry, Aaron Mack was trying to make his way back forward after getting caught a lap down.
Yeah, I almost accidentally said Matt White there when referring to Mack because the paint colors in the scheme is so similar to that of Matt White. So that's
why I was trying to figure out who it was. As the 44 of Sean Rogers working on Nolan Hodgson right now as Matt White makes a bid for the lead again. Cody Colley now caught up on the top side as Ken Ron and Rich Jett were going after each other there brief and momentarily.
I'll tell you what, Tony, take a minute here and talk about...
Please tell me I'm not seeing that.
No way.
29-7. Alex Murray leaves some on the table for the rest of the kids. Holy cow.
He just ate all the party pizza, the popcorn, and took the 2 liters of Pepsi home with him. 20. This guy just keeps turning the wick up more and more.
And kiss the host mom.
Yeah, as the tires continue to get older, that's the even more impressive part.
Oh, absolutely. We're watching Stein and Ron really starting to go after each other. Rich Jett right in front of them. And Matt, I don't know if you were privy to what I was talking about with what's on the nose of Stein's car, as we're going to look back from Rich Jett. No, we're not. Quit moving, darn ya. Okay, we'll look back from Chris Claude. How's that sound? Mission 22 on the hood of that Zero Deuce of Nick Stein here tonight. And are you familiar with what Mission 22 is, Matt?
I know it's of the military nature.
It is it's a charity that they try to provide mental health services to our veterans, because unfortunately, and I'm sure you've probably seen this happen with your buddies, unfortunately we're losing 22 veterans a day to self-harm.
You know, Tony, that's, what Mission 22 is doing there is remarkable in my opinion, because that's a subject, that's an area that I don't think that gets enough time in the limelight. It's a real problem. Well, I was in the Marines, and I have a lot of friends that they suffer from mental illness and other diseases and other types of issues because of the situations they were exposed to, especially on active duty. And a lot of times, after you're done serving, just like you go in, you get recycled out, and once you get put out, sometimes the government doesn't take care of these guys like they should. And that's where Mission 22 really comes in and steps up, and can't thank them enough for what they do.
Absolutely. It is mission22.com if you would like to donate. They are a non-for-profit, so if you're stingy with your money, or you don't think you really have... Stein was sideways coming through too. If you don't think you have the money, or if you're looking for a tax write-off, let's call it like we see it. When you guys go into training, it's shock and awe to get you into the mindset of being a United States Armed Forces member. You go through basic training. They train you how to do the job. When you leave the military, they don't train you how to transition back into civilian life. And that's where we're failing a lot of our vets, because as I mentioned earlier, I was in a homeless shelter a few years back. I had fallen some hard times myself. I was appalled and shocked to know that over half of the 100 people or 100 guys in the homeless shelter I was in, they were all vets. Half of them were veterans. That's how badly we are failing our vets. So, and mental illness is nothing to joke about, because here's the thing: if you shatter your leg and the bone's sticking out, I'm not going to look at you, Matt, and go, I just walk it off. That would be completely rude of me. And conversely, if my arm is hanging to my side and I look like I'm in the process of having a stroke, you're not going to look at me and go, hey, you'll be fine, just walk it off, rub some dirt in it.
No, absolutely not.
That's basically what we're doing to vets with their mental illness, mental health disorders, the PTSD, the trauma that they've witnessed firsthand, the anxiety, the depression of, the survivor guilt sometimes. Here we are in Memorial Day. How many guys out there are suffering from survivor guilt this weekend?
Probably a lot more than what you think, and that's
absolutely
survivor guilt. That's another one there that this is just now starting to get. You hear about it here and there, deep in the smaller websites and foundations on the internet. But that's a big part of it. Just because you come home, and your brother in arms didn't make it, doesn't mean that, hey, you're home, everything's fine and dandy. No, a lot of these guys, it's quite the opposite. And it's really, it's tough for them, those service members, to digest. And over time, that really changes the complexity of a person as well. And that's another area that needs to be addressed as well. But nonetheless, Mission 22, thank God for them and what they do. And we could certainly, gladly accept any support that anyone watching the broadcast can give them. Or if anyone feels compelled to start, a nonprofit to help and address that issue, these different illnesses that all of our vets are facing. Certainly they will take it and be more than happy to, with open arms.
Oh, yeah,
continue
absolutely.
here to watch Nick Stein here, who's now up to second place, by the way. That's right where he started. Cody Colley, Jeremy Miller. I mean, he has been the rocket man on this set of tires in that 30 right there, moving up through a little bit of a wiggle.
Hodgson got into him coming off of 4, as that could have been disastrous if both those guys kept the cars under them. I guarantee you, Alex Murray back there in the double deuce, he's going, oh boy, you guys need to calm that down a little bit because I need a new fire suit.
And that's the hard part about it, Tony, being a race car driver. You're instinctive, you're programmed, just like, in a military, aspect, to go out there on the racetrack and attack and gain positions for the sponsors, for everyone on that race team. But it's a 400-lap race, and you see they're going door to door, toe to toe here.
Well, here's the thing, Matt. We're going to be 10 laps to go this time by for the stage break, and White is 2 seconds up the road.
And that's a great point, Tony. But me personally, I wouldn't be racing these stages as hard tonight just because, early on, just because you have so much more endurance, so much of a longer duration of a race that you have to run tonight.
I would still, test the waters. This deep into a tire run, you figure everybody was last down about 30 or so laps ago. I would test the tires to see what I had at this point in the race, to figure, and then start to back time when that money stop is going to be at the tail end of this race. Okay, I know if I run this hard early on, I'm going to have at least this much left. But the track temperature's starting to drop, I'm going to have more tires than what I did in the early going because the sun's still out on the track. Taking a look at the weather conditions right now, we're still at 83-degree track temperature. And with a 75-degree ambient air temperature, this track, the air's going to get cooler. 39% relative humidity, which means these engines are making gobs of horsepower. And then with the track temperature getting ready to go down, as the sun continues to set, the lights are going to come on. You've got to test the waters here, just to know what you do have and what adjustments to make.
Well, that there is a great point, Tony. You're right. The little things you do now, especially as you put it, can definitely help you and give you an advantage later on in the run tonight. So that's great insight there on your part. As we continue there to watch the 30 of Jeremy Miller, and just up in front of him, there's Cody Colley in that 56 spot, who happens to have just a great run so far. 94 laps in as we are quickly approach the end of this first stage here. Now Hodgson in that 35 seems to have a great long run car here. Look how that car turns right down to the bottom, plants itself there with those left side tires just about on that blue and white line. This deep in a run, that is phenomenal. That's a phenomenal setup on that race car. That driver doing a heck of a job as well as he runs there in third up 12.
Well, Hodgson, he's been on podiums already this season since he joined the league late. So he's showing tonight that he knows how to get it done on the mile and a halves. I believe he podiumed at Vegas, podiumed at Dover. Bear with me, folks. I've got to go look at that now.
While Tony's doing that, we're currently working lap 96 of the race here. Matt White continues to lead in the 48 machine. Nick Stein's in second. Hodgson, who we were just speaking about, currently running in third. Cody Colley, Sean Rogers, Alex Murray, Jeremy Miller, the Rocket Man on this set of tires, Bennett Allen, and Chris Claude, who continues to have a great run here tonight. And Rich Jett, round out your top 10, is now we are working lap 97. 2 laps to go. That pit road should close. And lap 100 will be caution for the first stage, as Matt White's looking to score a stage win here. Want to thank everyone for joining us in the YouTube chat. You got it locked on the right channel. You're thinking about becoming part of the SRM family. You want to go ahead and smash the like button, ring the bell. Come home to 7 nights of high-flying, high-octane racing action each and every day. Tuesday alone, Super Tuesday, 5 broadcasts scheduled this week. So if you love esports, motorsports racing just as much as we do, no better decision you could make on this Memorial Day weekend than doing exactly as I prescribed there. It'll help these drivers find more guys and girls just like you.
Here we go.
Give them all the support and love that they need.
As we're getting ready to put this stage in the books, Hodgson had a second place at Dover. So, he knows how to get it done.
Yeah, it almost seems like Hodgson, if he doesn't find himself in a little bit of trouble, he's right there in the thick of it each and every week.
Somebody else who's in the thick of it each and every week is that 10th battle for 9th and 10th between Chris Claude and Eugenio Alonso. Alonso has had some very strong runs. Again, just one of the tough luck kids. It just has not had the finishes indicative of the runs he's had.
When you start to have runs like that where you run, you're very competitive week after week, and yet again, trouble somehow seems to find its way and infiltrate your race car. That can get, really depressing, and that can really start to, take a toll on a race car driver,
And
especially if it happens consecutively. As now we're under caution, as we have now completed the first stage here, is lap 101 being shown on that ticker, Tony.
White, Stein, Hodgson, Rogers, Colley, Murray, Miller, Allen, Alonso, and Chris Claude getting the final point. So, good strong runs during the first part of this race. Again, relatively short field here tonight. We had 30 haulers show up in the infield as Carson and Jones have both decided to put it on the hauler. That leaves Alex Princeton as the last car still running. Rich Jett is in the pits. Something happened with Jett, and I don't know. I don't see exactly what it was. I didn't see anything flash up on my screen, but with that, and with the stage caution, we're going to step away, pay a few bills, and we'll be back right after this.
There's a new approach to lawn care, Preen One Lawn Care. Preen One does away with the hassle of multiple bags of different products. It has everything you need for a beautiful lawn in one bag, and all it takes is one application. For season-long weed control and feeding, apply the granules when the lawn is wet and weeds are actively growing. It blocks crabgrass all season. It prevents crabgrass seeds from growing. It kills the seedlings too, even when applied 4 weeks after they sprout. It's your best defense against tough weeds like dandelion, chickweed, henbit, and hundreds more. Plus, its slow-release formula feeds the lawn evenly for months to build stronger roots for maximum heat and drought resistance. Preen One delivers convenience and better performance in one package with one application. Spend more time enjoying your lawn and less time working on it. Preen One, and it's done. It's a lawn dream come true.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
And we are back at Charlotte. Round number 14 of the Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series, World 600. Matt White winning the battle off of pit road. And Tony Spasso, Matt Metler up in the booth with you for the call on this one. Thank you so much for making this part of your Sunday evening. If you haven't done so already, hit that subscribe button and turn on bell notifications so you don't miss a single moment of action. As it might be a holiday, but we still have racing every night this week.
That pace car pulls off. Matt White, Nick Stein on the outside. Lynn will lead him back to green as we approach the Geico restart zone. Matt White's going to pull the trigger, and we're flying through the gearbox once again. Matt White has been able to edge out Nick Stein there, but he's going to try to charge on the top side. Matt White's going to snag the bottom first. That's going to put Nick Stein back to second. Hodson following closely there in third place, up 12 spots in that blacked out Chevrolet Camaro. 2x2 behind him. There's two Mustangs going at it. The 44 of Sean Rogers on the top side. He's going to come down in the 22 of Rockin' Rogers. Just about made contact. As you have a trio of Mustangs right there. The 44, the 22, and the 30 of Miller. Cody Colley right behind them in the 56 in that Superflow Chevrolet.
And Matt, you might want to refresh your trading paints because Hodgson does have a paint scheme on that car tonight.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that.
And, speaking of refreshing things, we do want to give a big shout out to our friends across the big pond over in New Zealand. Carl Tate checking in. Glad to have you with us, Carl. Let us know who you're pulling for tonight. We'll try to highlight your favorite driver throughout the evening. And for everybody else watching at home, I'm seeing 20 of you in the live chat right now. Let us know who you're rooting for. Let's see. Naughty Wolf Gaming, BBR in the house. Kelly H is here for Nolan. So thank you all for making us a part of your Sunday evening. Let us know who your favorite driver is. As a lot of our points gatherers early in the season are not here, and it's probably why they ran so damn hard in the early going, was so that they had that cushion so they could go to the real world race. Unfortunately, it got rained out today.
Yeah, that was that's bitter. That's bitter when you run in this series. I mean, tough competition. To get through the points and caution.
Oh no. Chris Claude and Aaron Mack. What happened to those two gentlemen?
Going to be the 10 and the 31.
Well, let's take a look at what's going on here. There you see the 31 of Mack. Claude is up the road from him, so... Oh, yeah. No, that started... Oh, good grief. Aaron Mack just clobbered Chris Claude. Let's take a look at what's going on here. As there you see the Army 10 of Claude. Tarnowski's going to bang the wall coming off of 4. Bang it again, coming across the front straightaway, and Claude didn't... It's just one of them racing deals is, Claude was trying to run his line, and unfortunately Tarnowski bounced off the wall right under the start-finish line. And as he was bouncing down the track, the 31, absolutely nowhere to go, just annihilates him.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. Chris Claude was having a great run.
And that right rear suspension, I don't think is actually attached.
No, Tony, as you say, that is Bluetooth rear suspension on that race car.
Let's take a look at what the eye in the sky picked up. Now, you watch the red, blue, and silver 28. He's going to bang the wall there, keeps it collected, gets up high, bangs it again, and as he comes down the track, he gets into the door of Claude. Claude gets sideways, and the 31 just guessed wrong.
Yeah, the 31 just maxed him, unfortunately.
Ouch.
Chris Claude having probably one of the better runs of his season here. 10th, I believe, in the stage.
Yep.
was caught down a lap early, able to get his lap back, and then you get caught up in an incident like that. Oh, that's just heartbreaking for Chris Claude. You know, unfortunate for Mac as well. I mean, he wasn't doing anything. He just minded his own business, and here comes a race car down off the top. And as you said, Tony, he guessed a little bit wrong there, and there's 2 cars now with substantial damage. So we're back under caution here at lap 112. You can see Claude in the 10, 31 of Mac. You know, they're basically right behind you.
Luckily, they were both able to
right
limp
there.
him back to pit road. So whatever repairs can be made, those teams are going to try to get those cars back out there. Because we still have a lot of racing left.
Yeah, we do, and we know how important that is. I mean, each time a car falls out of this race, the more time you put into it in the box and get that car back out on track, at the end of the day, that's points. And how many times have we seen in NASCAR and in this series where 1 or 2 points can make you or break you at the end of the day?
Oh, it absolutely can. And, you know, if it's whether or not you can make the playoffs on points or not, you know, every point counts, especially with a lot of heavy hitters not here tonight.
Yeah, as you can make up a ton of real estate in the point standings by having some of the bigger names not in competition tonight. As that pace car continues to lead now, Nick Stein in that 02 Ford Mustang. Still kind of strange saying that. Right behind there, Matt White, who after about 10 or 15 laps really seems to where that 48 machine takes off.
Yeah, he's definitely got a long run set up in that car. But, Matt, is today not one of the most awesome days of the year, especially if you're a racing fan? I mean, you wake up, here in the States anyways, you wake up, you know, 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, and you watch the Monaco Grand Prix, which, you know, Formula One at Monaco, it's always a fun time. Then, just a little bit after 12 Eastern time, you get the Indianapolis 500. Later in the evening, it's supposed to be the Coke 600 for NASCAR. But one of the series that usually gets forgotten about is the NHRA is at Chicagoland this weekend. So no matter what form of racing you like, there's a major series that runs it this weekend.
Yeah, all phases of racing alive and well this weekend. You're absolutely right, Tony. That IndyCar race today, did you see that tire just get disconnected and turn into a surface-to-air missile?
Did you see the car it hit? That is going to now be the most expensive Chevy Cruze ever. Because it's a part of Indy Motor Speedway history now. So Barrett Jackson, if you're paying attention, that needs to go across the blocks in January.
That guy, whoever owns that Cruze, may be upset right now, but once they realize what's going to happen because of that,
I bet you it was a rental.
That looked like a first-gen Cruze to me. Maybe not a rental, but anything's possible. But still, you're right, Tony. That Cruze will be the number one generating or value-bringing Cruze out there on the road today. You're absolutely right. As those lights are now out.
That's just it. Whenever you go to rent a car, you're like, would you like to get the insurance? Yes, I would. Because you got a Ford Focus that's about to catch more airtime than a skateboard at the X Games.
Wow, look at that restart by Stein. Caught all of them sleeping as he just jumps out to about 4 car lengths there over Matt White in the 48. But here comes the main train, the angry train down at the bottom. Everyone ripping the white line here, especially on fresh tires. There's the 44 and 22 of Alex Murray. They're going at it again. Look at the power move by White. He almost lost that race car. He threw so much wheel in it.
The Indy Snake doesn't work at Charlotte, boys.
They probably heard us talking about Indy before they went back green, Tony.
I mean, I'm all for trying to break the draft, but don't break the car while you're doing it.
I thought Matt threw a little too much at it. but he made it stick. He made it work. Here comes Stein back with his own variation, unable to execute as the door gets slammed by the 48. And just like that, the top 5 are just lasered up, nose to tail. Everyone on back now following suit as it's single car, but it's packed and stacked. Matt White continues to carry the torch. Only one guy working the top side out there. I believe that's Eugene Alonso. Only guy going up top there in the 86.
And I think that was more to get clean air to the front of that car than anything else to get it to turn.
Help it to turn, right.
But, yeah, we're currently showing 16 cars on the lead lap. Throw a blanket over 14 of them. Ken, Ron, and John Wilco dragging back a little bit. Ron with a very damaged car. Not able to maintain pace. Wilco back there as well. Both those cars having trouble right now, as those are lap cars around both of them.
Ken Ron was having such a great run here again today. Oh, did the 81 almost take it to the grass there?
Yes, he did.
Reminiscent of Dale Earnhardt passing the grass.
Mm-hmm. And hopefully it doesn't end up like Davey Allison in the grass.
No, that was not fun. We see now the 82 of Angler coming to the top shelf there. He's able to get a run and get around the 81 there of Samuelson. And just in front of the 82, you got the 56 machine, Cody Colley. 15 of Bennett Allen. He has been fireworks here in the early going. He is not afraid to throw that race car in there.
He is absolutely not, but somebody that's showing a little bit more reserve than we're used to seeing is the 81 of Samuelson. Didn't get the qualifying attempt he was hoping for. Working the inside of Alexander Gangler right now.
And that is working with just a little bit of real estate. As you got 3 cars pressed in a box, basically. Is the 81. Look at him snaking, and just that race car just jiving. It's still loose. Here comes the 15 with a bold move to the bottom early. Gonna be able to get it down there, make it stick. And the 81 continues to all of a sudden fall backwards, as now he falls into the clutches of Rodrigo Loga.
Under that last caution, Samuelson must have gone pit side to make some adjustments, because that car is not handling anywhere near where he wanted to. No, I'm sorry, it was Bennett Allen that made the adjustment. So starting to claw his way forward. Is looking at that weather.
Oh.
We're down 3 more degrees.
Yeah, Bennett Allen just about clobbered the back of Cody Colley there.
I saw that. Another one who's back on the lead lap is Dalton Mobley, as he's now throwing his hat into this ring.
Just look how tight this racing action is, Tony. Only 123 laps into this piece.
Where's Dan Rather when you need him to tell me where to point the camera? I mean, just there's action at the front of the field. There's action in the mid-pack.
Everyone is getting a piece of the action right now. Oh, someone's off into
the 82. That's Gangler.
Way to pull himself out of that. Usually you come back up the racetrack.
As the 29 is going to get the run, coming through the dog leg. And bonk. Tag, you're it. That was the 29 of Tanner Marty, who is a lap car, unfortunately getting into Gangler, costing him a couple of spots there.
Yeah, the 82 probably definitely not happy with Marty about that.
Look who's back in the top 10. That's Joseph Lester looking to make it 3 wide. Don't do it.
He thought about it.
Well, he thought about it, and he thought better about it. As now we got a battle for second, hot and heavy, between Nolan Hodgson and Matt White. Hodgson on the low shelf, White on the top side. Oh. White pinching down on Hodgson. Hodgson had it well spotted. Oh. Side by side through the dog leg always sketches me out. I have nightmares about rookie street stops.
Remember here, boys, give and take, not even halfway yet. Long way to go. There's the 44 there. He's going to pull the trigger, pilot himself around the Nolan Hodgson's 35 ride. That's the 44. Sean Rogers now up to third.
Look at your top six. Ford, Chevy, Ford, Chevy, Ford, Chevy. And then we swap it behind it. In seventh place, you got the Chevy of Lester, the Ford of Murray, the Chevy of Bennett Allen, and the Ford of Ryan Samuelson rounds out your top 10. Cody Colley's Chevy right behind him. Seems weird not calling a single Toyota on the lead lap. As a matter of fact, Chris Claude, the only Toyota that's still left in the event.
Yeah, only one Toyota. Daytona, we had, seemed like they were everywhere.
Three-quarters of the field.
Yeah, I mean, multiple races. We had the Toyota Iron Curtain at the front. And now, over the course of a few weeks, I mean, 2 or 3 of them start the race. That's just incredible.
As Matt White made the pass on Stein's stick, coming through 3 and 4. White back to the lead. Stein now has to deal with Rogers in his rearview mirror. And we're not talking about Won't You Be My Neighbor either. I think I broke Matt again, folks.
You did.
Let's see. You gotta have fun with it. Gallerine pulling for Nolan Hodgson. Paige Ruemi pulling for Cody Colley. Thank you so much for checking in the live chat. There's now Rogers and Stein going after each other. Oy. Stein battles back on the low side. Rogers lets it eat on the top shelf. He's going to get the run. Stein gets a little bit of a tail wag coming off of 2. That's going to give Rogers position. As now Nolan Hodgson trying to push Stein back up there. White, Rogers, Stein, Hodgson, Miller. Your top 5, Alonso, Lester, Murray, Allen, Mobley. Your top 10. This battle for second just rages on.
Yeah, still a John Forbes special there. Is now the 44 may clear Stein here. He does, but barely. Is Rogers now up to second in that 44 Ford Mustang. Does he have something to go up there and serve to Matt White in the form of a battle, as he has just been the storyline after he gets a few laps into the run on those good years? Here comes Lester on the bottom there in the 84.
He's looking to the inside of Murray, and Murray's doing exactly what we saw on Friday night. He's running about a half a lane off that apron line, and he's blocking off any undercut attempt by Lester. And he's telling Lester, if you're going to go by me, you're going by me on the right side.
Right. Until Lester actually shows Murray that he can do it, he's going to run that line all day long, because you don't have enough room to squeeze that car down there. That's a big transition from the banking to the flat, and we know what happens if you try to do so.
Blackjack, everybody lose.
Exactly.
So now you can throw a blanket over your top 9. Actually, top 7 is Mobley and Allen. as they continue to rage on against each other. Back there for 8th. Oh, here we go. Stein and Hodgson still door to door.
Oh, they just about touched.
That
There
they did touch.
Twice. Stein into the grass, goes airborne. Able to keep it straight.
Shades of Earnhardt.
That was incredible by Stein. As you seen the suspension on that race car.
There was daylight under that car.
That looked like Nitro Circus out there. Travis Pastrana.
Absolutely. Joey Chitwood, eat your heart out. And if you're old enough to remember the Joey Chitwood Thrill Show, I just got my AARP card in the mail the other day. Matt White, he's got to be loving all this battling going on in his rearview mirror. You know, every time he sees those cars fan out, he knows that they're not trying to reel him in. As a matter of fact, he's starting to really pull a gap, as we're still probably about 20 laps away from green flag pit stops. White, Rogers, Murray, Hodgson, and Miller, your top 5 as we sit. But Joseph Lester knocking on the door, trying to get back into the top 5.
.44 and 22, at least from the time I was able to jump into the race here. These guys have been welded together, just battling each other. Now the 22's turn, he's going to go after it. That's the 22 of Murray. The 44 is going to give him, or 44, excuse me, go up to the top side of the racetrack, as he made spots here.
Here's the replay that everybody was asking for in the live chat. Holy cow. Let's watch that again. As there you see Stein on the low side. And that car bounced.
Yeah, you can see, like you said, Tony, you can see the sun, the reflection is that car that we transition now to darkness. You can see it actually underneath Stein's race car. You see the suspension unload, and he's able to maintain pace and speed it never even happened.
I think one of the guys that got shooken up the most about that was Jeremy Miller. Now he is back there, and Joseph Lester just barely gets onto pit road in one piece.
Side by side, the 30 of Miller, he's rocking the top. Bennett Allen Eaton on the bottom, and here comes Eugene Arlanzo in that 86. As those two battle, it's going to allow Eugene to reel him in. Who does he choose to go with here? Does he go with Bennett Allen, who, he catches a piece of the flat there. That should allow the 86 to pull alongside him on the outside, and it does. As now it's a drag race between the 86 and the 15. Look at him going way up north there. Going to try to get a run here on the 15, corner off. 15 gets loose, advantage goes to Arlanzo. Is now he's not really close enough to get enough of a draft for Miller there, but still able to take the spot. Is now Alonso up 16 spots, up to 8th. Bennett Allen in the 15th in 9th.
Sharp running, some hard running going on here just inside the top 10. Speaking of top 10, there is your battle for the final spot in the top 10. Cody Colley defending against Ryan Samuelson. Samuelson going to duck right in behind him. And looks like Samuelson content right now, knowing that they still have a pit stop to do. Samuelson now goes to the low side as Colley, unfortunately, blew the turn going into 3. That's going to let Samuelson get a run on him coming off of 4. Side by side into turn number 1.
Side by side into turn number 1, and now Samuelson has the advantage. Cody Colley trying to fight back on the outside, but these good years starting to wear down as we get deeper into the run, and the grip and the ability to turn up there really goes away as you see the 81 of Samuelson continuing to charge forward. That's going to knock the 56 Akali outside the top 10.
Oh,
He's
no. Joseph Lester been caught speeding.
Oh, now that's going to leave a mark on the 84.
It absolutely is, as he has to do, I believe it's a stop and go.
Stop and go.
As Eugenio Alonso, Bennett Allen going after each other now. This is your closest battle on track for 8th and 9th. And Samuelson's just fallen off a cliff. He was with these guys, and he's dropped way back.
He could have just overcooked those tires a little bit. And if you do that in this race car, and I ran 400 laps here total in a couple different races, and if you punish those Goodyears, your car will become furious with you and tough to hold on to, and that could be the case there with the 81 of Samuelson.
Well, that's the one thing we've noticed over the past couple of seasons since we've gone to the low-profile tires here in the Cup division. These low-profile, bigger-rimmed tires, they're not as forgiving as what you would see in the Truck Series or the Gen 6 car that this car replaced. Currently working lap 148 of 400 here tonight at Charlotte. I'm Joey Chapasso. He's Matt Metler. Thank you so much for making this part of your Sunday evening as we present the Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series in its entirety. All 400 laps here at Charlotte as part of the World 600. I know they call it something different in the real world, but we don't have the rights to that name. As right now, Nolan Hodgson holds down a solid third spot as Sean Rogers starting to claw ever closer to him as we are now working lap 150 of 400.
Yeah, lap 150 now in the books, or being written in the books, I should say. Pit stops should be coming here shortly within the next, Tony, 10, 15 laps?
I would say inside 10, because we got deep into the 50s last time, and most of these drivers were last on pit road on lap 102. Bennett Allen, Dave Frug Jr., and Tim Cook are some of the only ones in the top 20 that did go pit side to top off with fuel there back on lap 111. So they can go a little bit longer, but I don't think the tires are going to allow them to. And you got to wonder what could have been for Joseph Lester as he has now put it on the hauler. So problems continue for the 84 as now that's going to let Chris Claude climb one more spot up as he currently sits in 27th spot, still running after the team repaired that right rear suspension arm. And you can see that car doesn't look too healthy, but it's not crab walking nearly as badly as it was when he got sent into the wall.
Like the Army on his race car, he's out there fighting the good fight, staying in it until the end. All these points, they matter, they count, and you can tell just by the way that he's out there continuing to churn laps here with a wounded race car. Very unfortunate for Claude, as he was probably having one of the better runs of the season inside the top 10 before disaster struck. As there's the 35 there, right on the back of Matt White Hodgson. The first car really I've seen in a while to be able to go up there and challenge White, especially in the long run game.
Well, they're both in the Chevy camp. They're both probably running similar setups.
Was that a bump?
That was a bump.
Potentially shots fired near the front of the field. I don't know if that was a miscalculation or if that was he's painting them. Are you kidding me?
Rogers was sideways off of 4. As that opens the door for Alex Murray. Uh-oh. I just saw something that was not good. Ryan Samuelson is struggling.
Be the 81 machine. Yeah, that car just continues to lose grip. Oh, look at the 35. He's down off the surface. He goes airborne.
Well, let's watch that again.
Coming into turns 3 and 4 complex here. I mean, these two have been in a dogfight at the front. He's going to try and get the run, loses it, goes down here through the...
Not quite as much air as Stein caught, but still, that'll wake you up. Oh no! And Nolan Hodgson just went off track again. Oh no, that's what I just saw. Somebody's flashing, and I don't quite catch who it is.
As we watch this replay again, going back to the live, there he is, Hodgson. Now he is back to 5th after having 2 quick moments on the racetrack. Next man up to challenge White, Alex Murray in the Ford Mustang. He's going to turn it towards the bottom start-finish line. He's going to take the advantage. Murray to the point. Ford now in the blue oval, leading this piece here as he carries the torch. Matt White back to 2nd as we're now really starting to close in on that window of pit stops once again here. Is Stein going to be able to get around him as well before they come to the pits? That's going to be interesting if these two Fords able in this late part of the run, able to get up there and challenge Matt White and actually defeat him for that position at the front. That could be some things to think about or some food for later thought as we get into the final stage here tonight.
Well, we are closing in on the next green flag pit stop, as the next stage break will be at 200. And then we will have another one at 300.
Your stage breaks 100 laps apart tonight. Is this the longest race of the year? 600 miles the distance for these competitors tonight in prime time right here on SRM.
And here comes Stein up the inside. White just going to let him go. Thinking big picture. And maybe White went a little too hard on the fresher tires. It's now Alex Murray working his way around some lappers. That is the... yeah, it is. I don't have it.
62 of John Wilco.
Aha. I'm glad you could spot it, because I couldn't. And we've got problems back there with Eugenio Alonso. As Aaron Mack just went off track again.
He immediately takes it to the...
You see Alonso on the low side. Max up top. Oh!
Oh, that's what happened.
What? Why was he there?
I think he was going to pit road.
I don't think he called it, because he was way up the track. He should have been a lot lower on the track than he was, but Miller, part of the reason why those two just got together.
Big part of the reason why. He should have called it, number one, and I think with those tires being as worn out as they were, when he went to jump on the binders, that car washed right back up into the groove there. And all of a sudden, you have a lead weight not moving just about and just totally destroying the other two cars at speeds afternoon, evening, is now Matt Mackin foreseeably out of the race as he took a tow back to pit road.
Well, he just came through the grass. He didn't really get hit that hard.
No, he didn't, but unless a substantial amount of time went by before we replayed that, I believe he took a tow to the pits, which
he did. He just stopped it and said, yeah, you know what, I'm done.
I had enough. As that attrition continues to build, and we're not even halfway.
We're not even halfway as the sun continues to set as we're about 20 minutes to 8 in sim time. 74% relative humidity and 81 degree track temperature now. So we've dropped almost 10 degrees since we started qualifying. As Stein going to be the next one to peel off. Sean Rogers goes pit side. Alex Murray, Matt White, and Dalton Mobley have yet to come. Bennett Allen stays out one more lap. Ryan Samuelson surprisingly staying out, as does Cody Colley. It looks like they're thinking exactly what happened before. Is they're hoping it happens again. Can lightning strike twice in the same place? Let's find out.
It's possible. It can. It has happened, especially here in Florida. Trust me.
Bennett Allen can stay out there because he came down on lap 111 to top off with fuel. So fourth place is good for a little bit. But with... Oh, boy. With the... There it is. There it is.
And it does strike twice.
And it's bad luck for Nick Stein, who's coming off pit road, getting the car up to speed, cold tires. Hits the first bump coming off of pit road. And because he's technically still on pit road, caution comes out.
And Tony, that's what I was talking about the first time, the first incident under the green flag stops. That bump there, if you exit pit road deep, close to that inside wall there is a nasty bump, especially if you're in a high gear, like first or second, you go to throttle up. I mean, it just rocks the race car, gets it upset, and you're going to go around. That's exactly what Stein does, hits it right there,
Yep,
and there's nothing you can do.
That seam just sent that car.
I mean, it's an abrupt change.
Oh, yeah, no, it absolutely is. But with that, that gives Alex Murray and company a free pit stop. And with that, we are going to step away, pay a few bills, and we'll be back right after this.
There's a new approach to lawn care, Preen One Lawn Care. Preen One does away with the hassle of multiple bags of different products. It has everything you need for a beautiful lawn in one bag. And all it takes is one application. For seasonal control of heating, apply the granules when the lawn is wet and weeds are actively growing. It blocks crabgrass all season. It prevents crabgrass seeds from growing. It kills the seedlings too. Even when applied 4 weeks after the sprout, it's your best defense against tough weeds like dandelion, chickweed, henbit, and hundreds more. Plus, it's slowly destroying weeds to build stronger roots for maximum heat and drought resistance. Preen One delivers convenience and better performance in one package. With one application, spend more time enjoying it, less time working on it. Preen One, it's done. It's a lawn dream come true.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
are back from Charlotte, as a lot of drivers having to take the wave around again. Currently showing 12 drivers left on the lead lap. As Rodrigo Loga in 12th, the final car being scored as such. Dave Frug Jr. getting caught a lap down. Chad Sanner, Tim Cook, Tanner Marty, Nick Stein, unfortunately caught a lap down now. Brian Tarnowski, Ken Ron, John Wilco, all a lap down. His lights are out on the iRacing pace car. Murray electing to take the outside lane this time, as White going to be stuck on the inside as the field works its way into the 3-4 complex. Murray with the button. Geico restart zone in full effect. And, Matt, I got to tell you, it's quite refreshing with, the fact that we've only seen a couple of cautions for incident here tonight. As Matt had to step away for daddy duties. A Marine's job is never done. Is now Matt White working the inside on Murray. White going to wrestle the spot as Samuelson, all sorts of sideways coming through 1 and 2. He gets it saved, though, but he's going to hemorrhage spots. Nick Stein makes it 3 wide now. Oy. Luckily, Princeton had it spotted. He's going to bring Tanner Marty with him, so the 0-2 trying to make some headway now. He's got to get by both Dave Frug Jr. and Brian Tarnowski if he wants to get the free pass if another caution comes out or when the stage break happens anyways. Samuelson and Alonso going door to door. As Alonso gets by, now Samuelson starting to backslide again. Not having a good time of it here tonight at Charlotte is the 81. As he just continues to backslide back to where he's currently running where he qualified in 11th, but he's not happy with that qualifying spot. As now Dalton Mobley and Bennett Allen going door to door, coming through 3 and 4. Throw a blanket over your top 5 right now, as Cody Colley is the caboose of this little freight train. And then you've got almost 3 seconds back to Nolan Hodgson in the 35. Stein has gotten by Tarnowski, but he's got yeoman's work to try to reel in Dave Frug Jr. And Frug's a 1.5 seconds up the road. As a matter of fact, there is the 71 being scored as the other 11. Eugenio Alonso and Alexander Gangler going after each other. Alonso on the low side, Gangler on the top shelf. Boy, that's getting dicey. Alonso making it stick on the low side as Jeremy Miller gets by Nolan Hodgson right in front of these guys. And all this racing they're doing amongst each other are just letting those top 5 pull away. As Sean Rogers in the 44, he is 6th place, but he's got a couple of lap cars in front of him. And there is Cody Colley, who is 5th place. Rogers not having a good time of it right now. It's the 29 of Marty goes up the track. And here comes Miller with a good charge. Eugenio Alonso looks to the inside as Marty stays up there. He realized what was going on finally. Tarnowski is going to be the next one that these guys are going to get to. Slow and steady, but Rogers starting to reel in Collie. But right now, the battle is for second. Alex Murray on the top side. Bennett Allen on the low shelf. Allen, one of your biggest movers right now at plus 14. Currently rides in third. Dalton Mobley in fourth, plus 6. Cody Collie, plus 15, sits in fifth. Eugenio Alonso currently sits plus 16, back in eighth. That is your biggest mover.
Yeah, a lot of big movers tonight, Tony. I mean, I know we're very accustomed to seeing, some really strong gainers throughout the course of the field. You know, some of these guys sometimes plus 29, I believe, at one point throughout the course of the season. But, I mean, now you're really starting to, share the wealth, if you will. You got Bennett Allen in the 15.
Bennett Allen, the 15. Cody Colley's starting to turn it on here just past the All-Star break. Matt White starting to impress. As I believe we were talking before we went on the air, if White was and this is Matt White's first start with the Cup Series. So definitely throwing down the gauntlet. It's going to be the second time we've seen somebody, come in virtually out of nowhere and run up at the front.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's doing here tonight, Tony. I mean, that 48 machine, very fitting to be, of all places, this Speedway, Charlotte Motor Speedway. We made the reference, Jimmy Johnson, Lowe's Motor Speedway. And that 48 is right there. I mean, he's been leading the charge here for, it seems like, virtually the entire race, outside of that long run where those two Mustangs, including that 22 of Alex Murray, was able to get around him. And he's right there again, starting to put the pressure on. And Bennett Allen in that 15, who's been really aggressive at times, but it's working for him as he's sitting there in third.
Bennett Allen, didn't have the qualifying attempt that he was hoping for. Started deep in this field, now at plus 14. He's with some guys that usually are running up towards front. Alex Murray, Dalton Mobley. We've seen those guys week in and week out running in the top 10, top 5. So, it's not really a big shock there. But what is kind of a shocker, Matt, is the fact that we've only got 12 cars left on the lead lap.
Now, that we're not accustomed to seeing, especially in a race like here at Charlotte. I mean, there's been some attrition, but we started with the shorter field here tonight, too. Just about 30 haulers, I believe, here before we kick things off.
Correct.
Attrition kicks in, and you add that over the course of these longer runs here tonight. The only thing throwing the caution out at times has been, that stage break, and we've had cautions right around that point in time, as well as pit road entry and exit has given us a challenge here as you watch Stein here going after the 71. Dave
that
Feud
is
there.
for the free pass.
Down.
That was for the free pass.
That was for the free pass. Thank you, Tony. I didn't realize Stein was that far back.
Yeah, he got trapped a lap down when he brought out that last caution. As he was just coming off a pit road, and it took him a while to get that car righted. But, right now, and checking back up towards the front, this battle for the race lead is hot and heavy. We've only got about 13 laps to go here in the stage. As Matt White and Alex Murray pulling a little bit of a gap on Bennett Allen as Allen goes way up the track. Not sure what was going on there, but that car did not want to turn. Checking back in here, battle for 8th and 9th as Gino Alonso and Nolan Hodgson were throwing haymakers at each other. Alonso using the 59 as a pick. It was Chad Sanner. And that's Jeremy Miller right in front of both of them. As here we go. Oh! White sideways!
Contact!
Oh, no! Oh.
Holy, it's some.
Oh.
Oh my God. They're going to.
We're not done.
No.
Holy crap on a cracker, Batman. Bennett Allen got yeeted. Oh my God. Dalton Mobley got sent more than once.
I can't believe this, Tony. A rare mistake there by Alex Murray.
And watch Stein. Boom.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
81 able to snake his way through there.
The 44, Rogers caught a huge piece of that one too. As a matter of fact, let's go back and watch this one from high above. As we are following Mobley in the 2 because he caught the worst of it. So the 15 jumps on the binders. Mobley doesn't see it in time. And there's 1, there's 2, there's 3.
3.
Eugenio Alonso, Nick Stein, Sean Rogers, all catching a piece of that one. Jeepers.
And that literally happens right at the front of the field, which unfortunately, you know where I'm going with this, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Top running cars involved here at
Mm-hmm.
lap 190.
And
I
it
know
looks like Nick Stein stayed out. I don't think he realizes what kind of damage he's got on that car.
I mean, there's some moderate damage on that O2 machine.
Well, just a little bit of fender damage is all I'm really seeing. Suspension's still attached.
How is that even possible?
The only problem is it's not going to give him the free pass this time because he made contact. He got at least a 0x.
Right. I mean, even with this lucky dog system that iRacing has, even if you're not the cause of the incident or in the core, if you make any contact at all with anything, your eligibility disappears into vapor.
Yeah, it goes into the ether quickly. And I know why they did it. It's to stop guys from causing a caution to get their free lap back. I get that. But with all that damage and all those cars in carnage, we currently only have 9 cars left on the lead lap.
I know it's a rare mistake there by Alex Murray. You know, such a great driver, dynamic talent here in the SNN Sunday Night Cup Series.
We're 8 laps to go in the stage, too.
I know he's probably not happy with himself. But hey, we're all human. We all make mistakes, and he needs to get right, get his head back in the game. As sometimes, drivers, you make a mistake like that, knowing the implications that you just caused at the front of the field. Such a great guy to talk to. He still has, half this race to go. And hopefully his spotter, his crew chief, just let him know, hey, man, just shake it off. Get back up on the wheel. Keep being you. Keep doing great things out there on the racetrack.
Well, the other thing, too, is if you look at the front of that Mustang, I don't think he ever actually made contact with White. I think it was more, he got so close to that rear splitter that he took the air out from under the car.
I'm looking there too at the front of that Ford Mustang. I'm not seeing anything that would indicate what just happened, but maybe you're right, the way the arrow works on this race car, the downforce, maybe he got that close where he changed the airflow, the way that downforce is generated, and that could be why, the 48 stepped out the way it did.
I dare say that's probably the case, as lights are out on the pace car. We are going to restart, We are going to restart with 7 to go. Murray going to have the button. Bennett Allen trying to get some all-important stage points in the 15. Going to start to his outside, but how about Cody Colley, one of your two biggest movers tonight so far, at plus 17. Going to start inside row number 2. As pace car makes that hard left turn, and here we go. Into the Geico restart zone they come. Murray has the button, holds him down, finally jumps on the loud pedal as Dalton Mobley just about clobbered Bennett Allen.
Yeah, that 15 I don't think he realizes how lucky he is to be going right now, as that was mere millimeters.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Disaster. I believe that's Nolan Hodgson that just about clobbered Allen.
Yeah, in the 35.
Six to go in the stage. And every point so important, especially with some of the front runners out tonight. This could make or break a season. As now Hodgson
going to the bottom. Hodgson goes to the bottom. He's going for position now. Hodgson's up to the second position. And look at the big shove he's getting from the 15 of Bennett as they're tandem drafting down into the turns 3 and 4 complex. And here's that 0-3 Rodrigo Loga up to fourth position now, up 4 spots from where he started. That Wick's going to continue to turn up as we are just 3 laps now from the end of stage number 2. Here comes the 81 of Ryan Samuelson. Seems to have that car sorted out as he was disastrously off there during that last run there as we got about halfway through it or so. That Mustang was just wicked loose on him. He's bare up to the top side now. Seems to have that car sorted a little bit better as here comes the 56 of Colley and the 02 of Stein.
The good news, if you're a Stein fan, he is still the free pass position. The only problem is he is in 10th. He doesn't need this spot from Cody Colley because it's not for position. He's just trying to put some distance between himself and the 86 of Eugenio Alonso and Tanner Marty. Ken Ron. I was looking in the wrong spot.
2 laps to go in the stage as the 22 of Alex Murray takes it down through turns 1 and 2. Nolan Hodgson about 0.4 of a second behind in that ZL1 Camaro. His time is running out for the remainder of the field if they want to challenge Murray for stage 2 in this back pocket. Seems right now as he goes through the 3 and 4 complex here. One more time. A little bit of a wiggle as he comes off for at the start finish line. Alex Murray wins stage 2, followed by Nolan Hodgson.
Not yet. Still 2 laps.
Wow, my timing and scoring is way out to lunch as I am showing lap 200.
No, I'm showing them 190. They're working lap 199 right now.
Tony, I'm showing lap 201. Oh, this never seems to fail.
I was wondering why you were so early on that call. Now we are on the white flag lap.
I'm going to try to get this sorted out.
As we are waiting for the 10th place car has to cross before the caution comes out. And as they come out of turn number 4, give this one to Alex Murray. Hodgson, Allen, Loga, Samuelson. There is the caution. Gangler, Colley, Marty, Alonso. And Stein gets the free pass. Prime time, Nick Stein back in the hunt.
That's right. Stein time is back on the lead lap. Great drive there. He's going to get the lucky dog, or the free pass, I'm sorry, and he will be back on the lead lap, which will put 11 cars going at it for the W here tonight. As the second caution now being displayed. I'm sorry, the second stage comes to an end here, out here at Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina.
Throw it to break.
Want to thank everyone for staying with us. We're going to step away and pay some bills. We'll be right back with you, ladies and gentlemen. Stick around.
Preen One does away with the hassle of multiple bags of different products. It has everything you need for a beautiful lawn in one bag. And all it takes is one application. For seasonal weed control and feeding, apply the granules when the lawn is wet and weeds are actively growing. It blocks crabgrass all season. It prevents crabgrass seeds from growing. It kills the seedlings too. Even when applied 4 weeks after the sprout, it's your best defense against tough weeds like dandelion, chickweed, henbit, and hundreds more. Plus, it's so to build stronger roots for maximum heat and drought resistance. Preen One delivers convenience and better performance in one package. With one application, spend more time enjoying it, less time working on it. Preen One, it's done. It's a lawn dream come true.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
There's a new approach to lawn care. Preen One Lawn Care. Preen One does away with the hassle of multiple bags of different products. It has everything you need for a beautiful lawn in one bag. And all it takes is one application. For season-long weed control and feeding, apply the granules when the lawn is wet and weeds are actively growing. It blocks crabgrass all season. It prevents crabgrass seeds from growing. It kills the seedlings too, even when applied 4 weeks after they sprout. It's your best defense against tough weeds like dandelion, chickweed, henbit, and hundreds more. Plus, its slow-release formula feeds the lawn evenly for months to build stronger roots for maximum heat and drought resistance. Preen One delivers convenience and better performance in one package with one application. Spend more time enjoying your lawn and less time working on it. Preen One, and it's done. It's It's a lawn dream come true.
And we are back at Charlotte. First 2 stages done and dusted. As we get ready to turn them back loose. Here just past the halfway mark. Thank you so much for making this part of your Sunday evening. This is the Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series. I'm Tony Chapasso. He's Matt Metler. And we are so glad to have you folks with us, as I believe this is the only 600-mile race that you're going to be able to see tonight.
That's right. Real life, that got rained out, unfortunately. So this, your only option, if you want to see 600 miles of stock car action at Charlotte, you found the right place, locked right on SRM, the only place you're going to catch the SNN Cup Series. Right here, they're home. As those lights are out on the pace car, Tony, it's going to get rowdy. As that pace car pulls off, here is Alex Murray, the 35 of Hodson. Murray's got the trigger, and you know he's going to bring the fury as he fires off here, going up through the gearbox one more time. Great jump, and here comes the 81 of Samuelson. He's going to sneak down to the inside of Hodson. His drag race, the 35, the top side, the 81 on the bottom. The 81 should be able to prevail here. Is he's going to try to come up? No, the 35 got a great run. Is back to a drag race into the turns 3 and 4 complex, and here comes the 82 of Gangler.
It absolutely is a drag race. Gangler connection issues. The 82 having big issues right now. But, I mean, he was making a bid for it, but he's gotten to the high side. He's gotten up and out of everybody's way. As the 22 of the 22 of Murray goes to the high side. Samuelson gets under him. Here comes Hodson as well. And I'd like to go on record as saying, Liam Irving, you are a mean drunk. As Gangler continues to backslide, looks like the connection issues may have sorted themselves out for now. Currently showing 14 cars left on the lead lap. A handful of them electing to take the wave around and not coming down pit side at the stage break because they pitted under the previous caution. So good on you for that one. And don't look now, but Nick Stein is clawing his way back through this field. Currently sits in 8th, right on the back bumper of Tanner Marty.
That is impressive. Drive in the 0-2 of Nick Stein. I mean, you're right, Tony. He's going to take it almost 3 wide there. I mean, he is taking it to the house right now. Stein time, like you said, prime time. Why not Stein time? He's getting some help there from Bennett Allen in the 15. They're working together. That should be able to propel Stein by the 29 of Marty, and he's going to keep it rolling. In the words of Limp Bizkit, right around the 22 of Murray. Look at Stein go.
Stein and Murray now looking to claw their way back through back towards the front of this piece, as you've got the Ford of Samuelson, the 3 Chevys of Hodgson, Loga, and Colley sitting in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And just as I say that, Nolan Hodgson makes a bid for the lead coming into turn number 3. Sends it, makes it stick. Loga looking to follow him through.
And Loga's going to do just that. Probably the best run I have seen of Loga all year long. Is now he is up to 2nd. We've had a total transformation at the front of the field.
We have at that, as now the 2 Chevys show the way. Samuelson's starting to backslide a little bit. Cody Colley, one of your biggest movers, one of your 2 biggest movers is Tim Cook, flirting with the top 10 right now. Is your biggest mover back in 12th. He is plus 17. But Cody Colley currently sits plus 16. You know he would love to do that, but right now he's got his rearview mirrors filled with the O-deuce of Nick Stein.
And that O-deuce is going to keep on trucking through the field. Look at him just coming to the front.
It's now Colley running the smart line, making sure that Gangler is flirting with disaster if he wants to go to the inside. Is now Hodgson, Loga, Samuelson, Stein, Colley, your top 5. Gangler and Allen right there.
Ganglin and Allen right there. And like you said, flirting with disaster. I made a Limp Bizkit reference. You pull out Molly Hatchet as the 15 of Bennett Allen now steals the spot from the 82 of Gangler.
Well,
Allen 6th.
there's a reason for that, Matt. It's because unlike Limp Bizkit, Molly Hatchet never goes out of style.
Hey, I take offense to that.
What are you, 20 and still in college?
No, but hey, look, I play music for a living. And as much
I won't
I
hold
love
that
all-
against you then that you're a Limp Bizkit fan.
Thank you.
No, actually, I'm going to hold that against you.
And a lot of people do. I don't care. I mean, I love the sound even when it was new and fresh. And, throw Linkin Park in there too. Old school Linkin Park, not the newer stuff. That's garbage in my opinion. But here comes Stein now, right around the bottom. Look at this ringer go. This is an incredible drive by Stein. Is the damage to the front of the race car seemed to have knocked the locker off the nitrous button inside that Ford Mustang, and he is there challenging now Hodgson for the lead. He's looking for more. Here he goes. He's going to pull it down side by side. He's going to force Hodgson up to the top. And here comes prime time, Stein time to the front. Are you serious right now? That is unbelievable by Nick Stein, who is your new leader here in Charlotte.
From a lap down to the lead of the race in only about 20 laps.
I never would have guessed that. I mean, Nick Stein's a heck of a race car driver, but that was a wounded Mustang, and it has now got all the ponies under the hood working. That car is just, I mean, in the words of Cletus McFarland, that is a full-blown ripper out there on the racetrack.
That absolutely is, and if Cletus is ever watching one of these races, SRM would love to put a team in the next cop car race that you put together. Dirt, pavement, doesn't matter. We can get a team together.
Yeah, I mean, myself and Angel are right here locally. Tony, we know we got to have you up on the pit box, man, for sure, setting that car up.
Screw that, I'm driving.
You know what? You drive it, and I'll be up on the box to watch you go out there and turn some laps, Tony, for sure. I'm there all day long.
Sounds like a game plan. But right now, Nick Stein has his rearview mirrors filled with Nolan Hodgson as they're starting to pull just a slight gap on Rodrigo Loga. As I'll tell you right now, those two Argentinians in this field are doing nothing but impressing me right now, as they're both sitting inside the top 10. Loga holds third. Eugenio Alonso currently sits in ninth. Strong run out of those guys.
Very impressive for both of them. Well said, Tony. And just as Stein takes the lead, here comes Hodgson again in that 35. We know he's got a really good long run car.
Third.
As he's right off the back bumper. And here's Bennett Allen and the 3 machine of Loga, who you were just talking about, as they're duking it out for the final podium spot in third.
Loga, though, is at the disadvantage because he's got to run the car so much harder to maintain the spot. He's better off just ducking in behind Allen and cutting off Samuelson. And he kind of does that there as we take a look a little bit further back in this piece, as Alex Murray seems to be struggling a little bit. As he's dipped out of the top 5, currently sits in 7th with Cody Colley right in front of him. And Eugenio Alonso behind him. Here we go. Battle for 6.
Side by side, 56 on the top shelf. They're still going at it. The 56, I believe, is going to fall back. He's going to lift. Give that spot to the 22 of Murray. But, Tony, I was going to say, this is right where this track starts to go through that big change as we start this race under daylight, heating up that asphalt. Now we're transitioning to the nighttime, which is the right time phase of the race, if you ask me. That could be playing a factor in the performance of the 22. As Nick Stein his car just continues to roar to life, slips back a little bit. And as hard as he drove that car up there, Tony, he probably used up those good years a little bit, but nonetheless showing this field that car can be a rocket when he wants it to be.
Backing out of it just a little bit, letting those tires cool off as we're watching this battle back here just outside the top 5. That is Alex Murray in the double deuce, Gino Alonso, Cody Colley, and Alex Gangler all right there. They've got almost a full second over 10th place, Dave Krug Jr., who's another half second up the road from 11th place, Tanner Marty. But everybody getting a little single filed out right now. Everybody finding their groove. As Allen gets a little squirrely coming off a 4, almost got into Stein. Those two guys keep them pointed in the right direction as they're starting to pull a little bit of a gap on Rodrigo Loga.
Yeah, Rodrigo Loga there in that 4th place position. The top 3 is a little bit of a breakaway there.
Oh!
Now here comes Bennett throwing it in on the bottom. And he has been pretty aggressive this race. Oh, as he comes up there, gets skinny, boys. As they're still side by side through the dog leg, firing off into the 1-2 complex. And here comes Loga.
Stein kind of did the right thing there as he got in line as quickly as he could.
Oh, man.
That's some dirty pool.
That just about got ugly.
It did, and it's something that Race Control is going to want to take a look at because as far as I knew, you could only make one defensive move, and Bennett Allen changed lane about 3 times.
Yeah, Bennett Allen doing anything and everything to keep cars behind him and taking him to the cleaners as well out the front of his race car. As that man has been aggressive on offense and defense. But Tony, outside of that that incident there, I mean, he has just been electric on the racetrack. You can tell that he's really been getting sick and tired of getting beat up out there. And he's kind of changing his approach up, being on more offense, and it's working for him, as he hasn't really been in the thick of it as far as the incidences on the racetrack are concerned, and it's showing as he sits there in second. But you got to remember what the rules of the league are as well, and you can't put that many moves back to back to back.
Well, if you take a look, you know, he is the defending Xfinity Series champion for Monday Night NASCAR, which Dave Regal will be in the booth for that one tomorrow night. But, yeah, I mean, Bennett, he knows what he's doing, and I think he, saw the gray area, and he was playing it. Contact, Stein leaning on Allen, coming off a 4.
That was a high 5 at over 180 miles an hour, fastest part of the racetrack. And those boys just slapped it off of each other. And they're still going at it, Tony. This is not over.
No, it is not by a long shot. As we're working lap 229 of 400. Thank you so much for making this part of your Sunday evenings. He's Matt Metler. I'm Tony Trapasso. You are watching the Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series from Charlotte. Just past the halfway mark. As we've got 2 stages in the books, as we are closing in about halfway through this current stage, as Bennett Allen continues to just hound Nick Stein, and those 2 guys slugging it out like they are, that's letting Nolan Hodgson in the 35 just walk away right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what Hodgson wants to see. Look up in the rearview mirror, watch second and third place just have all-out blitzkrieg lightning war against each other, and that's what they're doing, as he's now enjoying over a 1-second advantage over Nick Stein in that 0-2 machine. As you look out back from Lamar's, Iowa, your leader in the World 600 here at Charlotte, Hodgson in that 35 ZL1 Camaro, and right behind him there is an angry freight train of cars. They're doing battle for 2nd through 5th. As here comes Murray charging back into the picture. Is he really fallen off there? But perhaps he was just saving a little bit, Tony.
That's exactly what it looks like the Double Deuce was doing. As now he's working the inside of Loga for 4th. Fell back. Now he's going to claw his way forward. There's Nick Stein. He did just the opposite. he clawed his way forward. Now he's starting to slip back. Oy. And they're not done yet. These two Fords working together on the low side as Allen caught on the top shelf. Everybody given plenty of room, though, as they know that there's still quite a bit of racing left to do. As, you know, Matt, you guys had your race on Friday, and, you know, we're already 34 laps past what you guys did then.
Yeah, and I know how I felt after 200 laps, and we
Oh,
were
3 wide.
Rowdy 3 wide at the front. That doesn't work, but don't tell these boys that, as they're still going at it side by side by side. It's a Blue Angels formation into 3 and 4. Are you kidding me right now? As here comes Murray all of a sudden back to the point. Laps to go. He was fading faster than a worn out Christmas tree. Is here comes Stein now. He's taking it to the flats. You would think this is lap 399, but don't adjust your eyes. It's only lap 235, and we're throwing haymakers all over the place.
These guys are, you hit the nail on the head right there. These guys are racing it out like it is the final lap of the race. And Nolan Hodgson, he's got to be, if he's got a live, Stein's into the wall. Allen ate the wall too.
Stein just says he loves the wall, apparently. But you know what? That car seems to respond after contact. As we seen earlier on in the races, he went a lap down, and that car went supernova from a lap down to the point. And here comes the 03 of Rodrigo Loga going up against You see the wiggle coming off of 4 there.
They were leaning on each other in the middle of 3 and 4, and that's going to open the door for Samuelson to get into the top 5. Logan going to drop back to 6. Now, they don't have a lot of pressure behind them, as Cody Colley is 2 seconds adrift of this fight. With a lap car, that's Matt White. White is back out on track. Multiple laps down, but he's still back out on track.
Yeah, and he was having a heck of a debut here in that 48 car, Tony. I mean, he was out there, just dominating at times. And we all know what happened if you weren't with us. Big battle, just like you're watching now for the lead here. A little bit of contact there, and then that contact clogged the racetrack just like the Beltway around the 495 around D.C., and it really impacted a lot of these competitors at the front of the field. Unfortunately, the 48 was claimed in that incident. But like you said, Tony, back out on the racetrack. Great to see the return of Matt White, as he was thrilling to watch. There's Chris Claude.
Another stick-to-itiveness driver.
Exactly. And, he really probably paid the bigger price there in that one as well, as he got clobbered, I think, 2 or 3 times in that deal.
He did, and because he stuck with it, let the team fix the car. He's currently sitting in 22nd instead of dead spanking last. So, yeah. We've had 7 drivers drop out of this piece already. Rich Jett, Sean Rogers, Dalton Mobley, Aaron Mack, Joseph Lester, Jeff Carson, Lauren Jones, and Derek Heitman have all decided, they've had enough. So Claude, all he needs is a couple more cars to drop out, and he's got a top 20.
And half of those guys I'm going to coin the bad voodoo boys, only because they get just taken out in ways that just you don't think possible, especially Jeff Carson. He was just blindsided just about on the racetrack again tonight and having a great run. He started from pit road deliberately to try to avoid that, and yet it happens again. If some of these guys could just get luck to switch a little bit, they'd be up here at the front contending, if not a couple wins in this series, as you watch Ryan Samuelson trying to defend off Rodrigo Loga there in the 03.
And Matt, it kind of perplexes me when they say, get a good luck charm. Well, what are the 3 most known good luck charms? a 4-leaf clover,
Rabbit's foot.
a rabbit's foot, and a horseshoe. Well, if you find a horseshoe by itself,
That's not good.
that means your horse has thrown a shoe. That's not good. You need to call the farrier. And a rabbit's foot. The rabbit's got 4 of them. How lucky was it for that little bastard?
I know.
Although
Well, maybe
rabbit does make good stew.
Well, maybe their misfortune brings you luck, perhaps. But you're right. That's how it is. That's how it's written. But you're right. It does come at a price potentially for, the animal in that perspective. And look at Matt White. I mean, multiple laps down, but clearly still has some performance in that 48. They did a good job putting that car back together, as that was destroyed at one point.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking to get one of his laps back the hard way as he is hounding Ryan Samuelson right now, though they're not on the same lap. Samuelson is your 5th place car.
Yeah, still has the performance in that 48 machine. You see it turn him down. He's going to turn down underneath a Samuelson there in the 81. He'll have the advantage coming here into 1. Able to take the spot away.
Battle for 3rd between Bennett Allen and Rodrigo Loga. It's Loga on the low side, Allen on the top shelf.
Yeah, Loga the locomotive here in this race. He's having himself quite an evening. Door to door off 3 and 4, coming through the tri-oval. Got to be careful there side by side as that car gets light and loose.
And we've already seen that be Calamity Corner a handful of times tonight. Oh, leaning on each other at the middle of 1 and 2. Allen still continues to rock the top side. The only problem is these guys are now 4 seconds adrift of Alex Murray in second, as he is not gaining hardly anything on Nolan Hodgson, your race leader.
Yeah, who's got a 6-second interval over the 3rd place car of Bennett Allen. Alex Murray, just almost 2 seconds behind Nolan Hodgson.
These guys are just... Loga into the wall that opens the door for Samuelson.
Samuelson going to try and fire back on the bottom. And as more of these laps continue to get put on these Goodyear Eagles, it's going to become harder to go up top.
Yikes!
Oh, just as I said that, the 3 was holding on for dear life, able to keep it out of the wall. But, Tony, I'm telling you, when you go upstairs late in the run, you better be prepared, because this next gen does not want to turn, especially through 3 and 4 up there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, for some reason, as soon as you get out of the second lane, you're along for the ride. But Jonathan Leach checking in from Indianapolis after being there for the 500. And he just hit the nail on the head. What a race we are privileged to call here tonight on Sim Racing Media.
He said it best right there, the boss man. He knows what he's talking about. And SNN, these guys have been putting up thrillers week after week after week. Tony, we're getting spoiled up here.
Jeremy Miller looking to the inside of Cody Colley. Now, Miller is a lap car, unfortunately. But, that car has always had pace.
Yeah, Miller, used to be in the Toyota, changes over to the blue oval. Ooh, as that got dicey there, is the 86 of Eugene Orlando getting in the mix now. Oh, he comes up and clocks the 56 of Cody Colley. Hold on to it, son.
How the hell did Colley save that?
I don't know.
Let's go back and take a look at that one again. Watch this. So we're going to pick it up from the eye in the sky. Keep your eye on Colley in the 56. That super slow pink. As they're going to swap lanes coming into 3. Colley's going to go to the low side. And here comes Alonso, just gives him a shove. And Colley's still sideways off the transition off of 4. Not only saves the car, but maintains his spot.
You know, we've seen some great saves coming out of 3 and 4. We've also seen cars go airborne. Stein as well, probably the most thrilling of the two. And he was able to do the same thing.
Yeah, and that's, you know, it's impressive. The more seat time these guys get in this next gen car, the more we're seeing guys start to be able to save it. Now, granted, there's still a point of no return, but what used to be the point of no return is now no longer a factor.
That's a great point, Tony, and you're right, and myself included. I mean, the best thing I probably do in this next-gen car, as horrible as I am with it on most racetracks, I can save the heck out of it for some reason. Wish I could have more long-run speed in it, but hey, maybe that comes in the future. But here we go. Look at Miller continue to try and get one of these laps back the hard way as he's dialed right on the back of the 81 of Samuelson, who's in his own fight with Rodrigo Loga. As he's now, they're neck and neck, side by side. Who is the 30 going to go with here? He goes up to the top shelf now, changes lanes, going to power around the 81 on the outside. The 86 of Alonso says, hey, if you can do it, I can do it too. You see the twitch coming off of 4, and he's going to be able to clear the 81 as well.
And now in 4th and 5th positions, you've got Rodrigo Loga and Eugenio Alonso. Your two Argentinians running stem to start. Well, they've got a lap car in between them, but in scoring, they're there. Hodgson, the first one to flinch.
Oh, that 3 car is going to be a problem there. It's for 3 wide going across the start-finish line. Murray to almost the grass. We escaped certain death.
Rodrigo Loga using the lap car as a pick. Gets by Bennett Allen.
He pulled a play out of Michael Jordan's playbook there. Who says the NBA and NASCAR isn't relevant?
Me.
Well, it was there.
And now, Alex Murray, the lone American, on the podium.
On the eve of Memorial Day.
Absolutely. Is Rodrigo Loga and Eugenio Alonso, the two Argentinians, hold down second and third. Alonso from Buenos Aires. Both of them from Buenos Aires. As Murray now hands the top 2 spots to the Argentinians.
Yeah, these guys are
Buenos Aires in the house.
These guys
would that
just
be
like
Casa? Sorry.
Casa.
In the Casa.
I'll tell you what, these boys, they come to life for when the nighttime is the right time. I mean, having the best performance undisputed of their season, and they're right there.
And we're under caution.
Oh, no. Caution on the racetrack, lap 259. Not sure what happened on the racetrack, Tony.
Alex Princeton. What happened to Alex?
19 machine.
There you see him with Nick Stein. Oh, no. Unloads the car, gets it woed down, and oh,
he did not.
He did. He hit that safer barrier a ton.
That car is destroyed. It's going to need a new grill and all. Just look at the parts go flying off of Princeton's car when he catches that racetrack just as it starts to protrude out. He comes down there, gets his tires on the flat, unloads the race car. He's trying to save it. Cuts back down and there goes the bumper.
Well, in his defense, he was on the tow button immediately. As soon as that car was unsavable, he was immediately trying to get it off track. The only problem
Right,
is there's a car right behind him.
right, trying to prevent that caution from coming out. Certainly heads up, great situational awareness on his part. Out of all places,
Wow. He caught the elbow on pit wall.
I mean, parts went into the grandstands. And if you missed the Indy 500, they actually launched a tire over the grandstands. Thank God.
It landed in between the grandstand and the Hall of Fame. I mean, that was a shot.
It looked like a surface-to-air missile coming off the car.
It did. Now, with that caution, looks like Dave Frug Jr. Yep, Dave Frug Jr. going to get the free pass to put him back on the lead lap, giving us 13 cars now. Jeremy Miller still trapped a lap down. And apparently iRacing wasn't happy with he and everybody else kind of beating and banging on each other. But getting the or being able to stay out and stay on the lead lap, Alex Murray, after pitting on lap 257, is your current race leader. Alonso and Loga both came down on 259, as did Collie Samuelson. Murray came down just before that caution came out.
I mean, he timed it just right.
You want to talk about lucky rabbit's foot in the fire suit.
He gets that award of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. But, again, that puts us with, okay, I am showing 12 on the lead lap as Ken Ron now sits a lap down. As Jeremy Miller trying to get that car fixed. A lot of guys doing some damage repair, trying to pit farm these rides right now. Princeton had to tow it, so he's not even able to start fixing that car yet. It seems to be the way it's gone tonight, Matt, is every time we've started green flag pit stop, something has gone horribly wrong somewhere.
Disastrously wrong after a long action-packed green flag run, and that's been the case throughout the course of this race. You're exactly right.
However, not quite as many cars getting trapped a lap down this time. That's the good news.
Yeah, it's the end of the second stage. I mean, there was a lot of cars that got caught a lap down.
Yeah, because there's only 5 cars on the lead lap. And I don't know where Rodrigo Loga is going. Unless he was just testing the tires to make sure they could fire off. But Alex Murray is going to be your control car. Loga and Alonso, your second and third. Cody Colley, plus 21, currently going to restart in fourth on the outside lane there. Or sorry, Alonso's plus 21, Colley's plus 16.
Yeah, the biggest mover of the race, though, actually, up 20 spots, Alonso in that 86. And actually now John Wilco in that 62 being shown plus 21.
Well, we'll know once we go back to green. So
right, but still, I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, I mean, those two drivers right there especially have really put on quite a performance here, climbing up, 20 spots, 20-plus positions. That's no easy feat, especially against this competition.
You're absolutely right. As the pace car peels, excuse me, I have the hiccups. Peels on off. Alex Murray has the button and holds him down. Loga has to stutter step, and that's going to open the door for Alonso to make a move up the inside. And here comes Samuelson.
Here comes Samuelson as Murray unleashes another brilliant restart. I mean, he's got over half a second already as we got tandem drag racing for second, third, fourth, and fifth right now. This is incredible. Side by side by side, stacked 2 by 2.
Good grief.
Oh, that's where I always worry, Tony. When they're side by side right there, worried they're going to come up and compress and hit each other. It's almost, oh, look at the 81, right, literally welded out of the back of that 86.
He was trying to get him loose.
Piece of paper through him.
He absolutely was.
Oh, he got loose all right.
Because here we go. Alex Gangler looking up the inside of Samuelson. This is an absolute slugfest. Now they have caught Alex Murray.
Oh, that 56 was coming. The 22 came up to block. Thank God Collie was ready for it. As you see him turn it to the top side, click the afterburner, and now that Superflow car is out in front. Tony, you remember the last time that 56 had a similar, pulled a similar move on the racetrack. He went supernova and just cooked everybody for like 30 laps. That car was just insanely fast. As here comes Bennett and company in the 15 on the top shelf, bringing Tanner Marty with him.
Tanner Marty back on the lead lap, currently running in 6th as Gino Alonso, or sorry, that was Rodrigo Loga brushing the wall going into, or down the back straightaway. As now Tanner Marty giving Brian Samuelson all he can handle right now as Logan and Allen go door to door.
Yeah, pick your spot on the racetrack where you want these cameramen to do their work. There is action literally all over the place. Pick your poison. The only safe spot right now is the 56. Look at the 3 machine of Rodrigo Loga all over Bennett Allen as he's trying to dial it up against Murray in the 22.
And Ryan Samuelson starting to get the blinkies as we are deep into this race. And these 600 milers, they really put a tax on a machine, as I'm sure you're well aware, Matt.
Oh, they do. I mean, it'll certainly work your system to the core, almost like a stress test or a benchmark test.
You're not wrong. Is Loga and that's Miller still trying to get his lap back the hard way.
I mean, how about these Argentinians? They came to salsa here in Charlotte as the 22 now trying to fend back and hold off the 30 of Miller, who was putting up the fastest laps of the race before that Mustang got destroyed. Now he sets his sights on Cody Colley to get one of those laps back.
Big problems in the back.
Oh, there's multiple cars wadded up. We go back to the replay here.
No.
There's Matt White.
Nick Stein involved in it again. Chris Claude nowhere to go.
Very reminiscent of what happened earlier in the race.
Looks like it may have started up here with Brian Tarnowski. Or around him anyways. Working the inside of the 62. Here comes Stein. Stein and Tarnowski make contact. They both get into the outside wall. The 33 of Ken Ron nowhere to go.
Oh my goodness.
The 77 eats hot garbage. Oy.
Oh.
And then the 3 just comes in ARCA breaking everybody.
And serves up a garbage plate to end it off. In simultaneous, Dale Earnhardt's into the outside retaining wall. Thank God this is a simulation race and not in real life. Watch this from the eye in the sky.
As you're going to see Stein get into Tarnowski going into 1. Goes up, eats the wall. Ron nowhere to go. And then you just dog pile in afterwards. And the 3 of Fitting was trying to do his best imitation of Cole Trickle, and it didn't work.
Did you see them? I mean, he just served up a wig splitter.
Who?
I mean, took the face off. If you wind that back.
Who?
I couldn't tell exactly who it was from the eye in the sky, Tony. I believe it was the black number 3 at the very end there.
Yeah, that's Ron Fitting.
Thank you. I mean, he absolutely clobbered. I didn't realize there was that much contact, and Ron Fitting just sent it in there. Thought he had enough room to get by, and by the time he got there, he didn't.
And
Ouch.
hits 3 other cars.
I didn't see that.
One of whom was Dave Frug Jr.
And Dave Frug Jr. is 1 lap down. He's being shown in 12th, trying so hard to get his lap back.
Watch this. Bonk.
Uh-oh.
There's Chris Claude in the U.S. Army number 10. He's got absolutely nowhere to go.
No, he's just holding on for the ride at this point. And, you know, again, heartbreak for the 10. I mean, he was having a great run tonight before he got caught up in the first one. Here's another traffic jam, or log jam, as Tony likes to say. And there was some major impacts in that one.
That was a complete Waffle House situation. There were cars scattered, smothered, and covered the entirety of this track.
Loaded waffles being served up there. Is lap 272 being written in the books under yellow conditions here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, located in Concord, North Carolina, in the heart of NASCAR country. How fitting we run 600 miles here in the heart of the sport. I want to thank everyone for having it dialed into the SRM YouTube channel. You're thinking about joining the family, it's simple. All you got to do is click the like button, ring the bell, or the subscribe, ring the bell. Come home to 7 days of high-flying, high-octane racing action, just like you're watching right now, right here on SRM. Myself, Tony, we have another show we do together later on in the week, Wednesday nights, another great series.
And where are we?
You guessed where you're going to be, Tony.
I am not even checking out of the hotel room here in Charlotte.
Exactly. We're
Joe
right
Stafford checking in. Joe, where you been, bud? I've never heard anyone else but me say Rut-Row before. Channeling your inner 90s kid. Love it.
You listen to Tony long enough, anything is possible. And that's one of the things I love about working with you, man. Just, you never know what's going to be said or come out of your mouth at times.
And how many times can I break you in one race? That's the question.
And you're the only person that's a producer that I have not been able to break yet. I came close. I still haven't gotten there. One of these days I will succeed as those lights go out on the pace car. You know what? Reach up there, make sure Grandma's got her 5-point harness properly dialed in and buckled. Pull her straps one more time. Make sure she's got another bowl of kernel-free popcorn.
Where is a spare burger off the barbecue from earlier when you need one?
Fido got his hands on him, or his paws on him.
Well, in some cultures, dog make good eating.
Oh, no.
As the pace car peels off, Cody Colley has the button. Alex Murray going to start to his outside. Into the Geico restart zone they come. As we are 27 laps till the stage caution.
Look at that, eating good in the neighborhood. The 56 of Colley outbest the 22 on a restart. That hasn't happened.
He was the control car.
But still, that 22 has just been lights out on these restarts. I'm surprised that Colley was able actually to keep pace with them and maintain the lead. But here it comes to 22. Just as I say that, off of 3 and 4, turns it down to the bottom. The 56 understands the bigger picture here. No, he doesn't. He fights back on the top shelf. But here comes the 15 of Bennett Allen in tow, working with the 22 on the bottom. It's a three-legged race for the lead between the 22 and the 56 Akali there. As he's still on the top side, Tony, you got to be careful how many laps you run up there. is you can really cook those tires off quickly.
Oh, yeah, it could definitely happen. Is now Bennett Allen going to get the run off of 4? The other thing you got to worry about is the transition off the banking in the turns is so much more violent on that top side. You really kind of have to tiptoe it as you lay the power back in. And don't look now, but there is a certain someone out of Lamar's, Iowa, who I know his grandmother is watching right now. Hodson making some hay, getting back into the top 5.
And you know, Tony,
oh my God. Look at that lap that Jeremy Miller just laid down as he's now back on the lead lap, a 29.555.
No way. Where did Miller pull that lap from? Is that car is better now than it was before? And Tony, what did I say earlier? He's turning those 29.8s. When it gets darker, this track cools off. Look for a 29.4, broken race car and all. That's what he does out there on the racetrack. He doesn't care if he's multiple laps down. He's showing it's still Miller time in Charlotte. Is the 15 of Bennett Allen working the bottom, gets around the 22 machine being piloted by Alex Murray. Bennett to the lead.
Bennett to the lead is Samuelson and Alonso throwing haymakers at each other right now. Logo right there as well. As Samuelson on the low side, Alonso elected to take the outside lane. As Samuelson pushing on Loga, sends him up the track, and now evasive action has to be taken down the backstretch.
Evasive action going into the 3-4 complex, and this is where you really got to be careful. If you're running that high line, as you were saying, Tony, on that transition right there, that's when things can really get ugly. And just up ahead, here's the 35 and the 56 of Collie. Nolan Hodson going at it. They are just all-out warfare here at the front of the field again. I mean, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, everyone. I mean, just having a slugfest as the Argentinians still continue to impress here. There's the 03, the 86. These guys just having the best run of the season without question. And they have been strong all, that's from the second, from the beginning of that first, second stage on, Tony. I mean, these two have just been absolutely amazing to watch. And they aren't afraid to come up here and mix it up either. I mean, they're right in the thick of it. Tanner Marty right there just in back of them. He's currently in, Tanner Marty's currently in that 29 machine. Currently one lap down. But he is hanging on right there.
No, he's on the lead lap.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. I thought he was, but my timing and scoring here doesn't have him updated. But he's been right up there too, Tony, and a great long run car for Marty as well, as he really seems to come on about halfway through the run. As we're still side by side between the 80. Look at these guys going at it, Tony. I mean, this is impressive as Miller comes up, gives a bump to the 3.
Hey, that's the Battle of Buenos Aires right there, brother.
Yes, it is.
There's Alonso and Loga, both Buenos Aires natives. Happy to have them with us here tonight on Sunday Night NASCAR. And these guys are getting chippy at the front of this piece. Holy cats. Murray and Allen door to door.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what brand of hot sauce to compare this to because it is extra spicy up here right now.
I would say Tango Wango out of Dinosaur Barbecue.
We'll roll with that. Tango Wango. I can't say that I've had that myself. However, it sounds enticing as now Bennett Allen's going to take his turn at the 22 of Murray. Here we go, side-by-side drag race. The 22 wants the top. The 15 owns the bottom. Cody Colley sizing him up, coming through the tri-oval. Here we go, start-finish line. It's a three-way heat for the P1 here. And don't look now as they continue to mix it up. That's going to allow the rest of the field to come in the picture, and there they are. There is the 35 machine of Nolan Hodson and company. Samuelson, Jeremy Miller right there as well.
Samuelson brushing the wall just before getting into turn number 3. No harm, no foul as throw a blanket over your top 5 as Miller trying to reel these guys in. As right now, Murray, Allen, Colley, Hodgson, and Samuelson, your top 5. Miller back there with Eugenio Alonso, Tanner Marty, and Rodrigo Loga in tow. And Alexander Gangler, 2.5 seconds adrift in 10th. John Wilco rounding out your lead lap. Another half second off of Gangler.
You know, it's talking about Jeremy Miller. He's been the thriller on the speed charts tonight, coming in with the 29, Tony, 56.
Yeah, that's moving.
I mean,
battle for second, hot and heavy right now. As Cody Colley looks to the inside of Bennett Allen. Allen looking to follow Alex Murray around the top side.
yeah, this is the next man up policy at the front of the field. It seems all race long, is no one is content with letting anyone lead outside of Matt White in the 48 during his time at the front of the field.
13 to go.
13 to go in the stage. 288 being written into the history books right now. And you know it's only going to get crazier from here, Tony.
Oh, it absolutely is. Is now Bennett Allen starting to apply a little bit of pressure to Alex Murray. Right team, wrong car. As all the Prodigy boys looking on from the Concord Metroplex. As they are in, those who aren't in the race tonight are watching. And I believe they are watching from that man's house. Right? No, they are watching from Alex Murray's house.
Yeah, in Concord, North Carolina, Alex Murray's house right there. Hey, the Prodigy boys, they always preach teamwork and they stick together. Not even racing here in real life. They're at that man's house. Alex Murray's cheering him on as he's a big part of Prodigy Esports out there getting it done right now in the 22. But Bennett Allen, man, he has been an aggressor in this race, kind of changing up his theory, the way that he goes about business. And he has been electric tonight. And Tony, it is working for him. He's avoided Calamity Corner several times. That Camaro is in one piece, still looking great out there under the lights, and he is in second. Here's another battle right here, Hodgson and Samuelson. They've been going at it a lot tonight, trading blows here in the later stages of the race. The
10 to go. 10 to go in the stage. Throw a blanket over your top 5. If they got a second to the clear over Jeremy Miller. Front of the field, tail end of the field getting pretty strung out. Front of the field still hot and heavy as these guys don't know what the word yield means.
I think yield has been replaced with hashtag full send.
Nah, not yet. We still have over 100 laps to go.
Well, Tony, I'll tell you what, if this isn't full send, I don't know what that's going to look like, but it is going to be epic.
Well, remember when you lost your mind on a Wednesday night a few weeks back?
Oh, how could I forget?
Yeah, I have a feeling that that's what's going to be the finish here tonight.
Well, then prepare for Matt losing his mind round 2. If it's anything like what we saw in potentially the best 1.5 miles ever witnessed on any cookie cutter racetrack, real life sim racing, I don't care. That's the best you will ever see. Can we see it again here tonight? I would love to see something similar as Alex Murray continues to get the job done here in the Mustang.
Well, you know, Matt, we are at the house that Humpy built, and we've had some of the greatest finishes in the real world happen here at this facility throughout the years. So
remember Jimmy Johnson on the top side against Bobby Labonte?
Yeah. And then there was Dale and Bill, Dale Earnhardt Sr. and Bill Elliott going after each other. The pass in the grass.
Earnhardt.
And then there was the finish to put Davey Allison in the hospital for the night.
Or a couple then of the All-Star races. Swervin Irvin, Irvin Irvin, a.k.a. Swervin Irvin in the 28 Texaco car, who was filling in for Dale Jarrett at that point in time, if I remember correctly.
No, he was the replacement for Davey Allison when Davey passed.
Or was it? I remember at one point in time, Irvin had a horrible wreck.
Yeah, that was here in the Texaco car.
Okay, so I had the drivers mixed up.
And
Irvin was the full-time driver, not the relief driver.
No, it was after Davey had passed.
Right.
So he was the new full-time driver at the time.
Right,
and his teammate was his teammate was Dale Jarrett.
Dale Jarrett, thank you. Obviously made that 88 Ford Credit Quality Care car famous that Dale Earnhardt later got the number after Teresa wouldn't give it to him after he left DEI. Lap 297 on the board. Does Murray have enough in that 22 machine to hold off Hodson in the Camaro? They're both working the bottom. Both those cars look really planted in the racetrack right now. The interval, it's pretty much holding steady right there around 0.4 of a second. We go back now looking at the 30 of Miller. There's Eugene Alonso. That's 5th and 6th on the racetrack. Eugene looking for more as he's going to dial it up top. And as this track continues to get cooler, Tony, we talked about these transitions, all the phases tonight. The other factor in this race that makes us different, as he turns it down low now, they're going to flip-flop. Alonso to the bottom. Murray goes up to the top shelf. Alonso's going to take the spot, move him up to 5th and up 19 with 1 lap to go in the stage.
2 to go. We're working 299 of 400 here tonight. And the caution will come out at the completion of lap 300. But right now, the battle is from 5th on back. We've got 2 little pockets starting to form with Alonso and Miller, and then we go back to the other Argentinian. That's Rodrigo Logo trying to make something happen on Cody Colley, and he's got to go 3 wide with White. Colley wisely jams on the binders as he wanted no part of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. And there comes the 59 as Colley jammed on the binders. That brought the 59 in fast and in a hurry.
Well, here's the good news. Chad Sanner is currently in the free pass position to get back on the lead lap.
Yes, Sanner, a.k.a. Sandman himself.
There you go. Murray's going to cross for the stage victory.
The hard charging Hodson, Allen, Samuelson, Alonso, Miller, Loga, Colley, Glenner, and Marty in that 29 machine, rounding out the top 10. They're all going to gain some valuable points here. And Tony, we have 100 laps remaining in this one. What are we going to see here at the final 100 laps? Well, 98 laps now here tonight. As we fully transition to darkness, this track is going to have maximum grip, less than 30 or 45% relative humidity. As you mentioned earlier, these cars making maximum max horsepower underneath the hoods of those race cars. Man, you guys have picked. If you're not on SRM right now on the YouTube channel, you got friends and family that love this type of racing. Call them up, text them. Send them a message on Facebook. Ladies and gentlemen, want to thank everybody for coming in here with us. Under caution here, Tony and I got to go pay some bills. Hang right here. You won't miss a thing right here on SRN.
There's a new approach to lawn care, Preen One Lawn Care. Preen One does away with the hassle of multiple bags of different products. It has everything you need for a beautiful lawn in one bag. And all it takes is one application. For season-long weed control and feeding, apply the granules when the lawn is wet and weeds are actively growing. It blocks crabgrass all season. It prevents crabgrass seeds from growing. It kills the seedlings too, even when applied 4 weeks after they sprout. It's your best defense against tough weeds like dandelion, chickweed, henbit, and hundreds more. Plus, its slow-release formula feeds the lawn evenly for months to build stronger roots for maximum heat and drought resistance. Preen One delivers convenience and better performance in one package with one application. Spend more time enjoying your lawn and less time working on it. Preen One, and it's done. It's a lawn dream come true.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
And we are back at Charlotte Motor Speedway for round number 14 of the Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series World 600. Well, 3/4 of the race already in the books. Alex Murray winning the battle off pit road after winning the stage. Nolan Hodgson going to start to his outside. Lights are out on the pace car. Murray, Hodgson, Allen, Samuelson, Connolly, Alonso, Loga, Marty, Miller, and Wilco, your top 10. Chad Sander and Alexander Gangler getting back on the lead lap after taking the wave rounds. So,
Tony, I know this is the World 600, and they have done just that and put the eSIM world on notice here, as they have put on an absolute barn burner through 305 laps.
and
So
what did you do to make Liam Irving mad?
I don't know.
Well, one guy you definitely don't want to make mad is the driver of the 22, is Alex Murray, going to have the button as they come into the Geico restart zone for what we hope will be the final restart. And get your hate mail coming now. That's Tony Trapasso here at Racing Media Towers, Syracuse, New York, Field Box OU812, because I know I just jinxed the field. Bennett Allen up into second place, as Hodgson trying to battle back on the top side. He's following Murray around that upper line. Murray playing both halves against the middle. Hodgson keeping his foot in it. And don't look now, but here comes your biggest mover of the race, Eugenio Alonso, back there in fourth. Gino opens the door, though, for Tanner Marty to get to his inside. Down the back chute they come. Hodgson, though, continues to hold position 3. Alonso looking to make it happen on the top side, which you can do that on the new tires. I wouldn't do it too long, though, because that'll come back to bite you, especially considering you got a very hungry Jeremy Miller, who is now back on the lead lap after being 2 laps down at one point. Getting one of his 2 laps back to Hardway, and then getting the free pass for putting him back on the lead lap. Murray, Allen, Alonso, Hodgson, Marty, Miller, Samuelson, Loga, Wilco, and Colley, your top 10 right now, as they've got a good gap starting to form back to Chad Sander, who got the free pass under that stage break. It's now Wilco and Loga going after each other. Wilco, another one who was a couple laps down at one point. Currently sits plus 20 after starting shotgun on the field. Currently rides in at the 8th spot. Working the inside now. As they still haven't given up that fight in front of them, as finally Bennett Allen able to wrestle the spot away from Eugenio Alonso. Nolan Hodgson drops back to 4th. Samuelson and Loga now go door to door. It's Loga on the low side, Samuelson on the top shelf. And now here comes Wilco.
Yeah, Wilco there in the 62 machine. He continues to get better as the night goes on, comes up and gives the 81 a bump.
And wasting absolutely no time after getting back on the lead lap. Here comes Sander plus 13. Up into 8th.
Yeah, Chad Sander continues here to be stronger here in the later going of the race, working lap 311. And these guys, Tony, you cannot fit a front bumper cover in between some of these race cars as they're ripping the conveyor belt here around the bottom at Charlotte Motor Speedway. As we're now here into the final stage of the evening. 600 miles the distance, the scheduled distance to go. And that's if we don't have an overtime, which with the way this thing is going, feels like it could be possible here. As look at the 86 working with the 22 of Murray up front, helping him get the lead from the 15 of Bennett. Now the 86 going to try and go for broke here, take the lead away on the top shelf. Look at the run the 86 gets, but he's going to fall back into the clutches if he doesn't have anyone help there or helping him up top there. Now Bennett comes to the top. He's going to come back down low, leave him hanging out to dry as he's still able to side-by-side drag race with the 22 of Alex Murray. He gets the pass mate up top. In the words of Larry McReynolds going back to 2006, you can't pass up there. And DW said, yes, you can. That was for the win. And the 86 just showed you can still get it done even in the next gen on fresher tires, as Miller and the 15 of Bennett are now side by side, as is the 03 and the 59.
Rodrigo Loga and Chad Sander are going after each other like two kids in the backseat of a minivan on summer vacation. And now here comes Marty. Oi. That's Tim Cook to his outside. Cook is a lap car, currently in the free pass position, trying to get as much headway as he can. So if a caution comes out, he doesn't have to worry about what's behind him, as he's got a pretty sizable gap over Ken Ron right now. Meanwhile, Bennett Allen and Chad Sander start to eat things up. That's Sander on the low shelf in the Black Rifle Coffee, number 59. And Black Rifle is a veteran-owned company. Some pretty decent blends of coffee from what I've been told. Now, I don't drink coffee, but don't hold that against me.
Like the Rifle, they make some bold coffee beans, Tony. Freshly packed and sent directly to your home. Over 30 or 40 different blends of coffee available. Everything from a light breakfast blend to a Gunnery Sergeant grade tar. If you want to go that route as far as what you're brewing in the morning, check out Black Rifle Coffee, veteran owned, and they make Gunny style coffee, very military S styles as well. If you haven't tried them, check them out. Definitely can turn around your morning, especially if you need to put a pep in your step to get the day kicked off. As he sits there now, shockingly, knocking on the back door of the top 5. But the 03 maybe have some different plans as he's trying to go upstairs.
Ah, yes, Gunnery Sergeant coffee, the type of coffee you eat with a fork.
That is correct. I got my first taste of that in Okinawa, and I was 19 at the time, and oh boy, did I pay for that, as I had to drink like 32 ounces of it, and I may have had Tourette's for the rest of the day, as I was shaking.
Oh, so that's how you got the nickname Twitch.
Bingo.
Yeah, this type of coffee, folks, where you have to take a bump of cocaine to come down off it.
Pretty much.
Anyways, Hodgson wrestled the lead back away from Eugenio Alonso, but this is one of the strongest runs we've seen all season so far out of the 86. As now here comes Murray to his inside.
Murray continues to impress in that Mustang. I mean, he's had some crazy one-lap fire speed in that race car, but overcoming all that damage he sustained, and he's doing it at the right time. Can Murray bring the fury here at the end? We're going to find out, as we are still just going after each other in the trenches, modern warfare style. Is look at this train of cars. Pick your poison. There's the Black Rifle machine. He gets loose. He's able to gather it up. 82 at the top side of the racetrack. They're going at it door to door. And Tony, as they continue to run too wide, they're coming off of 3 and 4. They really got to start to be careful, because that grip is not going to hold up the way it is right now for much longer. And you could really ruin someone's day, if not both your days, if you're not careful. As Bennett Allen now gives a shove to the 59. He's going to turn it down low and look to take the position there from Alonso. Is Bennett Allen still under full siege on the racetrack, taking names and laying it down here in Charlotte?
Absolutely. Sander and Alonso door to door for 4th place right now. As you've got the Chevy of Hodgson, the Ford of Murray and Miller, and then 3 Chevys behind them. As Gangler tried to get up there in the United States Air Force 82, as Sander not giving Alonso an inch of breathing room.
No, but I mean, who is? I mean, I haven't seen any give throughout the course of this race. Maybe a couple times on the racetrack, checking out of 3 wide situations. I mean, everyone has just been on the assault here tonight, especially inside the top 10, which has made this race, again, an absolute thriller. Another, I mean, what we almost come to expect now, Tony, on Sunday nights from these guys. The racing has just been fantastic. Nolan Hodgson, Alex Murray, Jeremy Miller, Chad Sander, the biggest late mover of the race, up 17 spots, tied with John Wilco in 11th for biggest mover right now.
Eugenio Alonso, though, is still up there in 6th, sitting plus 18 from where he started.
Yes, sir.
And, I mean, this is some of the best racing we have seen all season so far.
Without question. And that's up against some really stiff competition.
Very.
And in their previous races as well over the past couple weeks, they have had some absolute barn burners. But look at Chad Sander. I mean, where is this coming from? He was quick, but not this fast. As that Black Rifle machine is coming to the front, as these laps start to wind down here. He's
like
going to take the
fresh
spot away.
223 out of a warm barrel he's shooting up there.
Man. Oh. Bennett Allen just saw almost like deer in the headlights there.
Oh, they were leaning on each other, but they kept it clean. Eugenio Alonso right there in the mix as well, waiting for one of those 2 guys to make a mistake, as right behind him is his countryman Rodrigo Logo working the top shelf on Alexander Gangler.
Yeah, you're right. His countrymen, I mean, these 2 right here, probably the biggest storylines of the race, having a great run here tonight in prime time, as you can always count on, someone in the field, it seems, over the past few weeks to really have just an all-out wonderful performance that we didn't foresee coming. That's been a big part of the storyline as well. And the 86 and the 03 definitely take that award here tonight as their nose to tail, 6th and 7th.
Well, Loga had a good qualifying attempt. He started in 8th. It was Alonso that, had to start deep in this field, very deep. One of the ones that did not lay a time in qualifying, wanted to start towards the back on purpose to try to stay out of the early fracas, and did so.
And certainly that logic worked for him. You take that same mentality to a place like Talladega or Daytona, it's really a roll of the dice if it works for you or not. But Alonso came in with a plan. He executed it, and that car is still looking beautiful. Showroom brand new, minus the rubber buildup and other things from, 500 miles plus of racing. But that Camaro is pretty. It's trimmed out, and it has all the aero in the world right now. And that's what you need to be faster in the late going at Charlotte. It's Miller time, now looking at the back of Murray, and he's got help from the 15 of Bennett right there with him as well. I bet you if Murray pulls the trigger here on the 22, watch for Bennett to try and roll with him as Nolan Hodson watches all of this out of his rearview mirror, who's currently your leader up 14.
Hodgson, Murray, Miller, Allen, and Sanner, your top 5 as we currently sit. Loga, Alonso, Samuelson, Marty, Gangler, your top 10 with Wilco and Connolly rounding out your lead lap cars. Tim Cook, there he is in the Phillips 09. He's the first car one or more laps down in 13. But how about Chris Claude? Talk about never say quit. Chris, at one point, so far tonight, he has gained 10 positions through attrition. At one point, he was back there in 28th, 29th after getting caught up in an early one, and he has just stayed after it now with a top 20.
Yeah, taking a page out of RJ Root's playbook, never quit, never say die. And Tony, like you said, he was just about scored in last place position, or bringing up the caboose in the scoring pylon. He fixed that car, is not given up. And it is amazing to see Chris Claude currently being scored in 18th, 17 laps down, but continues to climb the pylon. And that means points, ever crucial, ever critical points. And that's what it takes if you want to be competitive here in the series. You can't just Alt F4 should trouble find you on the racetrack and expect to be considered for a playoff position here in the series, as we are now working lap 333 of 400, and it is a barn burner again at the front as Murray and the 30 of Miller put Bennett in that picture too, as they have all caught the leader of Hodson.
And they're starting to pull a gap on Chad Sanner. Sanner is also pulling a gap on Rodrigo Loga in 6th. So you got a 4-car breakaway at the front of this piece. They're going to have to settle it out between them. But don't worry, folks. We haven't seen the money stop yet, because last time these guys were down pit road was lap 302. So we're probably about 20 laps out from what should be the money stop.
And will we see mayhem on the racetrack around this next sequence of pit stops? If history tells us anything, over the course of this race, there should be, is every time just about we've had something happen on the racetrack as cars were getting service done on their race cars, Tony.
Yeah, it's almost been kismet, and most of the time it's been fresh tires coming out of pit road, catching the big bump that's there as you come off the concrete, and that's brought out 3 of the cautions tonight. And the other 2 have been multi-car incidents that have taken place. But right now, at the front of this piece, Hodgson, Murray, Miller, and Allen are looking to settle this one between the 4 of them. I can add, I promise I can, folks.
Yeah, as this kind of looks like right now a typical grouping of cars or the train you would see at your super speedways right now. Oh, look at Miller. That car got scary off of 4. What a save by the 30.
Let's go back and take a look at that one. As there you see Miller on the low side, flirting with the apron, catches that transition, goes high, catches the transition, back in, steps out. Luckily, Bennett Allen wasn't any closer than he was at the time, because that could have ended all sorts of poorly.
That's what I was talking about earlier, Tony. As you get later in the run, that coming off of 4 there gets really tricky, especially if you're running the bottom and trying to carry that momentum to the top. You just don't have the rear mechanical grip in that race car. That's exactly what can happen to you. Great job by Miller keeping it pointed straight. And thank God the 15 of Allen wasn't there. Here we go for the lead. Here goes the 22. It's time to pull the trigger. He takes the spot from Hodgson. Is Murray back to the front?
So those two guys starting to get a little bit of separation back to Allen and Miller, as both of them flirting with that outside wall, sending the marbles up into it. You see those whiffs of smoke. Right now, though, Murray and Hodgson, they are all over each other. And then you've got Allen and Miller who are all over each other behind them. And then you've got 3 seconds back to that man, Chad Sanner, who's a quarter of a second to the good over Rodrigo Loga. Tanner Marty another half second back. Eugenio Alonso another half second back. And Ryle Samuelson another half second back, as is Cody Colley rounding out your top 10. And then you're about 3 seconds back to John Wilco.
Yeah, you got the micro battles going on between the 22 and 35, Miller and Bennett Allen, and then you got the half second separation, pretty much as you said, Tony, throughout the course of the top 5, top 10 right now. You know, that is impressive how that 0-3 machine of Rodrigo Loga continues to be able to make that top side work this deep into a run. That tells me he really did a good job of saving those Goodyear Eagles. And it's an advantage this late in the run. If you can make that top work, you will be considerably faster than most of the competition around you that really got after it or really used up those right side tires there, working farther down low. If you can save it right, that top comes into play and you can make it work for you. And that's exactly what the 0-3 of Rodrigo Loga is capitalizing now. And here comes Tanner Marty. That 29 we know is a great long-run race car, typically most weeks. And here he is right on cue. Now he is up to 6 as he goes by Chad Sanner there in the 59.
Sanner trying to reel him in desperately. And Sanner may have gone a little bit harder than he really wanted to, as now Loga, Marty, Sanner, and Alonso run stem to stern. It's 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, all right there in that little grouping, as this is one of our closest battles on track. But then we got to go back to 9th and 10th, as Cody Colley giving Ryan Samuelson all he can handle, as neither one of them wants to be the final step of the top 10, as Cody Colley looks to the inside of Samuelson coming through the dogleg.
Yeah, they are duking it out for that final point in 10th place position. But even so, if you finish inside the top 10, that is points in your pocket. Take it to the bank. The 29, the 86 of Alonso, Chad Sanner, this 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, 8th, 9th, and 10th on the racetrack. A 3-way horse race there for those positions. Just in front of them, Rodrigo Loga, he continues to run in that 5th place position. Again, having a great run here tonight. And then you have this grouping at the front of the field. They're
they've broken up a lot.
Wow. I'll certainly say since we were last up here, a lot has changed.
You got over a second separation between all your top 4, except for Alex Murray, who's only 3/4 of a second currently over Nolan Hodgson for 1st and 2nd. But we're watching this battle for 6th and 7th between Tanner Marty and Eugenio Alonso, as there are cars coming off pit road. That is Matt White, just coming off of pit road now. And he's just plugging away at it.
You know, there's another guy there, Tony, another storyline, making his first start, I believe, tonight. And he was lights out, you know, the first 120, 130 laps. And then we know what happened to him. Got involved in that big nuclear bomb that went off near the front of the field and caused a lot of our front runners a lot of trouble, extended time on pit road. But like you said, continues to churn here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
He got hit by everything but the kitchen sink under that crash.
If it was a projectile or if it had wheels on it, it made contact with that 48 car, it seemed like.
It absolutely did. But checking back in here is now the two Argentinians, 5th and 6th, running stem to stern. As they're starting to pull a little bit of a gap on Tanner Marty, Chad Sander continues to backslide. As here comes White, who just passed down pit road, and he's still trying to pit farm that car. Looks like he's done pit farming, and it's time to go. As we're only about 10 laps out from the green flag pit stops taking place, which should, for all intents and purposes, be the money stop here tonight.
Yeah, and that could be why we've seen the big change up at the front of the field is someone probably got on the radio and said, hey, boys, we still got one more pit stop to go and plus 50 laps. We still have to make it to the end. Because, I mean, it was hot and heavy at the front there for a good portion of this run. You continue to watch there the 56 there of Cody Colley and Chad Sander in the 59. That's 8th and 9th, respectively, as they run right now. In 10th, Ryan Samuelson in the 81 machine.
As
He's
here
a
we
couple
go.
seconds.
Big battle starting to heat up right now between it's the battle for Buenos Aires for 5th right now, as Alonso has caught Loga as Miller goes pit side. Miller, the first one to flinch at lap 351.
And I like this call by Miller, especially with the speed and how that race car has been working here tonight. And Tony, you said the battle, I'm going to call them battle buddies here, given the pretenses of tonight, Memorial Day Eve. They've been working together and they're pushing each other. You have someone out there on the racetrack, just like you do on the battlefield, pushing you to be better. You both respond, work better as a team, and that's exactly what these two guys are doing here tonight. They're going to flip-flop positions. The 86 is going to lead the charge there between the two of them, but still up 20 spots in the 86. What a run by him and Alonso. Rodrigo Loga up 3. I mean, he's had a great qualifying run, as you said, but he's not done. He's had the sustainability tonight, which is something which has been missing from the formula out of that 03 camp, but not tonight. That car is right. And these guys just putting on one heck of a performance. And there he is, Miller time. He has had some wicked fast laps, owns the quickest lap of the race, Tony. And now he's got 4 fresh Goodyear Eagles on that race car. That may have been the right call. We're going to have to see how this one shakes out. Is less than 50 laps to go here in the scheduled distance. 600 miles, 400 laps here from Concord, North Carolina.
As that is Chris Claude right in front of him. And what a drive Claude has had tonight. Started in 19th, went way down, is multiple laps down after getting caught up in someone else's dumpster fire. Oh no. Dave Frug Jr. got the Dairy Queen Award.
Pointed out of the race.
Unreal.
When I made my first start here in Monday Night NASCAR a couple weeks ago, that was the one thing I wanted to do. And of all places, Darlington, just like Dave Regal did. And I did not do that. And I finished just outside the top 10. But I know what that's like now when you're sitting in this series. The last thing you want to do is point out of a race. Certainly not what he wanted, but, 600 miles. Sometimes, those points, they get accumulated, whether it's your fault or not. And look who's now on pit road, the 35 of
Nolan Hodgson.
Nolan Hodgson, as Alex Murray may need to think about coming down pit road here, as he may be staying out there too long, perhaps, in that 22 machine.
Well,
last time by, he ran a 30.85.
It's hard to bet against Murray because
it is.
He's not afraid to go off strategy of everybody else.
No, he is. I mean,
but he's got to be careful.
And that's my point, Tony. I mean, we all know the skill level, the talent inside of that Ford Mustang. That's without question.
41 seconds is the magic number. And right now, Jeremy Miller is under it. Nolan Hodgson is just barely over it. And that's for a perfect pit stop for Murray. As Bennett Allen goes pit side.
And all these drivers need to remember, if you come off a pit road and you're deep inside, towards that inside retaining wall there, be very careful of that transition, because we've seen it upset multiple race cars, Tony. Is the 22 still out on track? Murray continues to lead, but he still needs to make his final pit stop. Lap 359 goes on the board. Eugene Alonso now moves up to second, but he is 11 seconds off of that 22.
And he's got almost a full second to the clear over that man in the 03, Rodrigo Loga. And here comes Hodgson to get his lap back off Loga the hard way. And with the pace that Miller and Hodgson are moving right now, Murray's got to come pit side soon.
He has to, because they are really chewing into his real estate or his advantages. See the 03 coming down pit road. He's got to get loaded up in time, make sure he doesn't get caught speeding at the cone.
Just barely. But Murray stays out. So we're going to be 40 to go at the stripe. Colley up to second, Samuelson up to third. Wilco goes pit side. That leaves Gengler as the only other car that has yet to come down pit side.
Yeah, Gengler there in the 82 machine. He's still out there on the racetrack on those worn-out Goodyears.
And you take a look the last time by, Miller, 29.83, Murray, 30.9. So over a second. And Murray's in trouble.
Here he comes now. He's going to pull that Geico. Oh, Tony, I hope he was able to get that thing rolled up in time.
Barely got it down to 50 miles an hour.
I don't know how he came onto pit road that fast and got that car wound down in time, but he did.
As Colley's going to stay out to lead a lap. Samuelson stays out as well. There is Gengler. The only other one that's yet to come pit side is Matt White goes around him. White being a lap car. And there is Miller as Murray just now coming out of the pits.
Change for the lead there on the racetrack. The 30 Miller time to the front, deep into this one. Well, Alex Murray,
29.89 last time by for Miller.
He is out there ripping. I mean, not the 29.5 that we've seen, but he knows he needs to save a little bit in that 35 machine. But will Alex Murray and company, Bennett Allen, Eugene Alonso, Rigo Loga and company be able to come back up there and challenge Jeremy Miller for the win here tonight? We're about to find out. A caution would certainly really shake things up. But as they say, in all roads led to Rome. Right now, it seems that all roads lead to battling Jeremy Miller for the win here tonight, as he is at the point and enjoying a nice lead right now late in this one, as he was one of the first takers to pit road to start out that final sequence of pit stops. Should we remain green through the rest of this race, Tony?
And that's absolutely the case. Is right now, Miller is only 14 and a half seconds adrift off of Cody Colley, your race leader. Samuelson, not that far off, only about a half a second adrift with Colley. But those two guys both have to come down for their money stop still, as does Alexander Gengler. And if you take a look, between Miller and Hodgson, which is your effective 1-2 battle, there's currently 4 1/4 seconds between the two. Samuelson peels off. Colley stays out. Not sure why. Hodgson and Gengler now going door to door. Gengler going to have to come pit side soon.
Yeah, Tony, like you said, Colley continues to lead. But the longer he stays out, Oh, look at this conveyor belt just ripping by Collie as they are all on the benefit of new tires. You can see the difference, how much in speed-wise, it makes out there on the racetrack. And they look like they got 200 more horsepower right now than that 56 ZL1 Camaro.
Well, most of those guys are almost 2 full seconds a lap quicker than Colley's running. I mean, he's got to get that thing pit side soon, you would think.
I agree. I mean, perhaps he knows something that we don't, Tony. I mean, we've seen that before. We've been dead wrong on how some of these things have played out.
He's hoping for a caution. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, you're doing the caution dance, and that's inside that race car for sure.
As Gangler finally brings it pit side, it's here comes Marty to the inside of Sainer going into 3.
Look at him put the sender on the 59 of Sander. Barely cracked the throttle on that 29 machine and just motors right on by Sander in that 59 ride.
And they're only 3 laps separating those two as far as tire strategy goes. Rodrigo Loga right behind him as well, as he's starting to reel Sander into.
Yeah, Rodrigo Loga really has a really strong car. He's a good mid-run car. Doesn't fire off the best on fresh tires, but about 10 laps into the run, that's where that 0-3 really starts to come in, as does Eugene Alonso.
Colley's finally down pit road. And here comes Miller.
I mean, the minute he hit pit road, I mean, that's how much time Miller was able to make up on those fresh tires. Is now that's going to cycle Miller to over a 3-second advantage on the 35 of Hodson, as we have 30 laps remaining here from Concord, North Carolina.
And you take a look at their last lap times. Now, granted, Miller was dealing with some lap traffic. Hodgson was able to gain on him the last handful of laps. And that gap is starting to whittle down.
Right, but we've seen Miller do this before. We've seen him just run as hard as he needs to and let that second place car come into the picture and then just flick the switch and just maintain that gap. Once it got within a half a second, if I remember that race correctly, Tony.
Yes.
Is he doing it again here in that 30 machine, or did he run his heart out too much? We're going to find out here.
The thing is, he wasn't setting ballistic times. He was running high 29s.
Right.
And now he's dropped to, low 34s. But he didn't really go over the top on that money stop.
Yeah, he didn't set those afterburner laps this time like he did previously after each pit stop that we've seen throughout the course of this race. That tells me Miller is just doing what he needs to do right now, as far as, from a standpoint of saving his tires. But that lead continues to dwindle, now down to 2 seconds over Hodson.
And Hodgson's going to have to start worrying about Alex Murray behind him. Ryan Samuelson in 9th, right behind them, is currently the first car not on the lead lap. And then in front of those guys is the battle between Tanner Marty, Chad Sander, and Rodrigo Loga. As Loga's starting to back off just a little bit, but Sander and Marty starting to heat things up here, as we are going to be 26 to go this time by.
Yeah, Tanner Marty there now up to 6. I believe that's the highest as he's been on the scoring pylon all evening long, as he's knocking on the back door of the top 5. That final spot occupied by the 86 of Alonso. And right behind Marty, as you said, Tony, the 59 of Sander in the black rifle machine.
These guys, just to say you finished this race, even if you're not on the lead lap, just to say, hey, I finished the race, that's something to hang your hat on now. Is we've got 11 cars that have put it on the hauler early. Dave Fluke Jr. currently being scored in 19th. The first one being scored is out of the race. Brian Tarnowski, Nick Stein, Alex Princeton, Rich Jett, Sean Rogers, Dalton Mobley, Aaron Mack, Joseph Lester, who was your pole sitter, Jeff Carson, who caught 2 race cars to the face throughout the night, Lauren Jones, and Derek Heitman rounding out your field of 30 that took the green flag tonight. You know, think about Chris Claude right now. 17th position. Just keep slugging away at it. I mean, if that's not United States military strong, I don't know what is.
Well
Oh
said,
my.
Tony.
Something happened to Murray.
Did he have a big uh-oh moment, perhaps?
Or Miller, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Miller in the 30, because now suddenly he is not the leader of the race. He is now back to third. Did he potentially accidentally come down below that white line and catch a piece of the flat?
Well, there you see Miller. And you see Murray, you see Miller, you see Hodgson and Murray have caught him. Something's wrong.
Yeah, maybe an adjustment. Oh, he clipped a piece of the wall there. Maybe he made an adjustment on that racetrack or that last pit stop. The racetrack just went in another direction, perhaps. But now Miller, shockingly and suddenly, in the final podium position here, we now have 20 laps to go.
And he's losing ground to the other Chevy of Bennett Allen. Bennett is 11 seconds back with 12 laps to go. And Miller is hemorrhaging time right now.
Yeah, he's having a hard time staying inside the 30-second bracket. He just ran a 30.89. That's a huge fall off for that 30 Ford Mustang.
Except for that 30.50, every lap for the past 6 has been flirting with a 31.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on inside the cockpit of that 30 machine.
That car's just gone off the rails.
Exactly, Tony. It's went the other direction, quick, fast, in a hurry. As you see, Wilco in the 62 now get by him. Wilco is in that 10th place position right now, up 18 spots.
And just like that, Rodrigo Loga has gotten by both Tanner Marty and Chad Sanner.
Yeah, he's part of Team Churn and Burn here tonight. Him and the 86 of Orlando, who's right in front of him, his battle buddy. 5th and 6th out there on the racetrack. What an incredible performance by these two.
Absolutely is, another name that it unfortunately is not here tonight is Seba Cornez, as, Seba electing to take the night off. That's probably going to drop him from 3rd place. As Murray's here, Miller's here, Marty is here, Jet did take the green. Claude, who was in 9th, should get to him. It'll be close, but and John Wilco and Nick Steiner here as well.
Yeah, it's going to be great points nights for all of those competitors, as they're way up on the pylon as well. But Alex Murray in that 22, he may be lacking his brother in arms. The rest of the Prodigy Esports guys on the racetrack, but they're with him at his house in Concord, so they're all cheering him on. Right there with him in that 22 machine is the 81 now of Samuelson. Pilots around the 35. Coming up on the lap car of Chris Claude, 3 wide. You see Chris get way out of the throttle there, so he's trying not to impact. These guys fighting for their life here on the lead lap, because we're late into this one.
And luckily, Samuelson went way down to the grass to give Hodgson some room, because he knew Hodgson was coming. 17 laps to go. Half second is the gap between Hodgson and Murray. Murray shows the way. There is Hodgson. And then you're 5 seconds back to that man, Jeremy Miller, who still has a 7.5 second gap back to Bennett Allen.
Yeah, I'm just shaking my head. I can't figure out what happened to Miller time there. Maybe his car didn't fire off like we're used to, because maybe he made an adjustment and that race car just didn't like it. And unfortunately, Tony, this deep into the race, you may not have an opportunity to go up there and undo it in the pits. I mean, as John Wilco now is basically right there, and I understand, you know, he's a little bit further back on the scoring pylon than Miller is, but just to put that into perspective of how much that 30 has fallen off this run.
Yeah, that's 11th place that is all over him right now. As Murray continues to stretch his lead over Nolan Hodgson, now a second to the clear is the double deuce. Hodgson, you can see he's got Samuelson in between himself and Murray. And I know that there's not really team orders on Prodigy, but Samuelson's probably going to make it a little more difficult than Hodgson's going to be comfortable with.
You would think that would be the case, Tony. I agree with you there. Is now only 13 laps remain for Alex Murray of Prodigy Esports in, and I still have a hard time saying this, the Ford Mustang.
They decided to go into the Ford, but it was something that Frank and I were talking about on Friday. The fastest cars here this week in all of the official iRacing stuff, it's actually the bow tie.
Yeah, that Chevrolet in the 2 races will make that 3 races I ran 200 miles each. Those Camaros were definitely the fastest in the field, but not tonight. Is that Prodigy Esports machine there. And Alex Murray at his home track as well. Why not? Why not win here? You know he's the sentimental favorite. He's got his teammates at his house. You know he wants to get the job done here tonight, and he's driving his heart out right now in that 22 machine. Is now that gap continues to grow over Hodgson as it's now approaching 2.5 seconds, Tony.
It's approaching 2.5 seconds as we are 11 laps to go. And this battle for 7th starting to heat up because Tanner Marty and Chad Sanner starting to pick away at each other now.
Yeah,
10
you
to
can
go.
See Marty. 10 laps remain, as Tony just said. Oh, Tanner Marty got squirrely coming off the top shelf there as he's been running up there now as this track is probably going to be at its coldest state all over the course of this race. You can see him running the Kyle Larson line there. And look at how that car gets loose off of turn 4. And that allows the 59 of Sander to just about close in on the back bumper cover of that race car.
If this goes south, it's going to get ugly quickly.
Yeah, side-by-side racing like this is when you really got to start to worry, especially when you got a loose race car working the top like that. But Sander just slingshots past him there. Great move by the 59, knowing he doesn't want to put himself in that situation. Side-by-side, rolling through the corners, especially coming off of 3 and 4.
Absolutely. It's Murray now 2.5 seconds to the good. Nolan Hodgson 6.25 seconds clear of Jeremy Miller. And Miller has another 4.5 seconds back to Bennett Allen, who's got another 4.5 seconds back to that man. That is Bennett Allen, who is 4.5 seconds back to that man. Your biggest mover, Eugenio Alonso, who currently runs in 5th.
Now, Miller seems to have stabilized a little bit with his fall off in the 31-second bracket, but he's been there about the past 7 or 8 laps now, right in that 31:10, 31:20 range, but just not the same pace as he had on the last set of tires. As you see Matt in the 48 there, multiple laps down, had a great opening act, great strong run, until disaster struck that 48 machine and making his debut here in the series. But Tanner Marty continues to remain in the area of Sanders' position out there on the racetrack in that 7th spot. Tanner Marty now closing back in a little bit.
Yeah, Marty seems to, once you be able to get to the low side, he's corrected that thing. And, it's still a little bit of tail happiness in the middle of 3 and 4, but nowhere near as sketchy coming off of 4.
Well, see, that's the problem. If you go up and run that top shelf and you run it too hard, once you start getting that tail whip coming off of the turns, that's going to stay with you the course of the run. But it will be better if you come down the racetrack and back the corners up a little bit. That's what I learned running 600 miles over the course of the past few days here at Charlotte.
Well, we are on the handshake lap right now. It's 5 to go. It'll be 4 at the stripe as Samuelson has gotten back by Murray.
Whoa.
So, even if only temporarily, as they're both working around Tim Cook, and we are now 4 to go. As Murray now 3.5 seconds clear as he's working back by Samuelson, and Samuelson almost got into it with Cook. Samuelson running that high line, running almost a dirt track slider line from the looks of it. You know, late apex. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah,
very tail happy is the 81. 3 to go.
Just what Alex Murray doesn't want to see with 3 laps to go in this one. You know he wants to get around that 81 machine, as he has to be a little nervous right now. That blood pressure has to be up inside the cockpit of the 22. He's been out there for almost 600 miles. You know those arms, those fingers have to be going numb just a little bit. Force feedback and all. You say it's only sim racing. You play with a force feedback wheel for 600 miles and tell me how your arms feel, as he is painted or glued right to the back of that 81 of Ryan Samuelson.
2 to go. Can they make it back to take the white flag? Samuelson, currently your last car on the lead lap in 9th.
Well,
out of turn number 4, white flag is in the air. We are racing back to checkers. Take us home, Matt.
We are racing back to checkers one more time for the 22 of Alex Murray from Prodigy Esports. He takes it in the corner through turns 1 and 2 through the complex, about a half a groove up from the bottom. He doesn't have to really worry about passing the final car on the lead lap, as he has over a 3-second gap into the turns 3 and 4 complex the final time. Prodigy Esports may be limited in numbers on the racetrack, but together they are one in concord with the driver of the 22, who leads it to the last lap of 600 miles. Prodigy Esports, Alex Murray gets the win. He is the Iron Man of Charlotte, North Carolina. Nolan Hodson, Jeremy Miller, Bennett Allen, Eugene Alonso gonna round out the top 5 here. As you see him now coming through the turns 3 and 4 complexes, Tanner Marty completing his final lap of the race. Chad Sander just in front of him. That's their 7th and 8th place position, respectively, on the racetrack. But the big story here tonight, they may have been limited in numbers on the racetrack, and still in Prodigy Esports fashion, he stays out late, makes us look dumb once again, and has bad fast speed throughout the course of the run. Wins at his home track. Alex Murray gonna burn it down, and rightfully so, here from Charlotte, North Carolina.
And I believe you've got our race winner with you now, Matt.
Alex Murray, Matt and Tony up in the booth. You got us, bud.
I got you.
Well, man, congratulations on getting it done here in Charlotte.
How were you?
I mean, I know your boys on the racetrack weren't out there with you, but it's even better. They're with you there at your house, helping you, cheering you on, getting this job done. How were you able to pilot that race car, avoid all the carnage on the racetrack, stay out late deep into the field on that last round, and just set that car on a flyer and just take it to the house on that final leg of the race?
Yeah, I gotta give it all to Ryko Performance and Ken over there. He builds great setups every week, and just had to keep the tires under it for that long run there and go as long as we could. That way we had the freshest tires there at the end. So that's really what it came down to. And then once I got to Nolan, I saved for a bit, saw he was struggling off of 4, so made my move off of 2, and then he tried to block it, but just he didn't get a good run, so he couldn't slide in front of me to block me. That was really what won me the race. I think had Nolan saved a little bit more and not tried to chase down Jeremy, I think Nolan and I would have had a heck of a battle.
You know, that's one of the things I don't think you get enough credit for is how well you're able to save tires and still be fast. How are you able to get it done here at a track like Charlotte, where it seems if you put up fast lap times, you're really going to pay in the long run in the speed department?
I'll be honest with you. It all comes down to Ryko Performance and Ken who builds them. Also, I mean, obviously the driver, the right foot, but really you just got to make sure you drive it straight off the corner and don't slide the tire for a good 30, 35 laps, and then you can get after it, but you don't want to overdrive it or you'll overheat the tire and it won't do you any good.
Well, there you are, ladies and gentlemen. Any new up-and-coming iRacers wanting to know how to get it done around Charlotte, you heard from one of the best in the business right there, your winner tonight. Alex, before we cut you loose, who do you want to thank who helps you get it done?
Family, friends, girlfriend, Ryko Performance, obviously, P1 Coffee Co., Shamrock Auto Care, Your Change, everybody at Prodigy Esports, and like I said, just family and friends for allowing me to do this and giving up time so I can have some fun and get some wins.
Well, congratulations on winning the 600-mile race here at Charlotte. Ladies and gentlemen, the Iron Man, your winner tonight, the 22 from Prodigy Esports from Concord, North Carolina, Alex Murray. Tony, back to you.
And joining me now is the driver that came up just a tick short here tonight, Nolan Hodgson. What went through your mind when you saw that you were just reeling in Jeremy Miller hand over fist with Alex Murray right on your tail?
Well, I mean, it was, I saw that Jeremy had pit a lot earlier than the rest of us, so it was kind of a given that, since I had such fresher tires that that we would end up catching him. But I mean, really, there was nothing I can do. It was kind of taking it out of my control the end of that race. So I did the best that I could, and I guess we'll head on to next week.
Well, you still had a very solid run here tonight, led a ton of laps. How bad was the tire wear tonight?
It was very finicky. If you had to save a lot to be fast there at the end. It was, you had the ever-changing track conditions. You had to make changes to your car and whatnot, and how much you had to save, change throughout the race. Yeah, it was very finicky.
Well, Nolan, we get ready to go into next week. One thing I do want to mention to you is your grandmother was watching and she wanted to say hi to you. She checked in the live chat during the race. Who else do you need to thank for the podium tonight?
Well, first of all, Dalton Mobley, me and him worked together throughout the week, helping to create these setups that are getting me good finishes. My parents for letting me do this all week. Dave Fuge for the paint scheme that I was running tonight. And all the 4 wide boys, all the DGR boys, and all the 1110 mods boys. They're all real cool to race with, and good times.
All right, Nolan Hodgson, congratulations on the podium. We'll see you next week, sir.
Thank you.
And Matt, I believe you've got a man that I owe a most humble apology to because of an incident that happened earlier. I didn't know if he had called a pit stop or not, but I did get scolded in a DM that, yes, he called his pit, and it was everybody behind him that goofed. But Jeremy Miller with you now.
Jeremy Miller, Matt and Tony up in the booth. Talk to me about that run. How are you able to get that car all fixed up and still be able to maintain that much speed throughout the course of this race after that incident on the racetrack?
Yeah, just no quit. I made a really big mistake early. I took out the 84. I have to apologize for that first and foremost. I hate wrecking somebody, especially when I wasn't even battling them. He was behind me and completely innocent. I just made a mistake and it ruined his night, and I probably should have paid for that and didn't. And then, we had the big wreck later where everybody and their mom just arca braked the entire thing and somebody bounced off of it into me. And the guy hit me. I don't think it was his fault. I think it was some of the guys around us, but it happens. I think ARCA braking's one of the most unacceptable things to do, and to a certain extent, and some of us were pretty far back and flew on in there, so it was really frustrating. But I pulled down pit road with required repairs, probably came within a second of hitting the Alt F4 button, and said, you know what, it's a 600-mile race, let me keep going and see what happens. So it just worked out.
You hit the nail on the head there. No quit. Yourself and Chris Claude, great examples of that tonight, and certainly adapt and overcome, and that's what you did. And you're right about that wreck. I mean, it just seemed like there was hornets just kept being sent there into the catcher's mitt or the fly trap. However you want to put it, with that incident you're referring to on the racetrack, but yet you were able to come home third. That last run of tires, it just seemed like your car had probably fallen off more than you anticipated. Was that an adjustment there in the pits, or was that just some of the damage just rolling over, affecting the long run speed there?
Yeah, I mean, I had 8 minutes of damage after that big wreck. It's like 45 required, and then the rest was optional. So, I got it all fixed, but the car still wasn't 100%. I mean, it was fast. Even when I still had 3.5 minutes of damage, I was up there passing people in the top 5. I almost unlapped myself the hard way when I had 2 minutes of repairs left. And the car was as good as I could have ever asked it to be. I think the damage model is a joke, if I'm being honest. I should have been out of the race long before then, but I'll take advantage of it if I can. It's just I threw a Hail Mary at it. I couldn't beat those guys on speed because once the tires gave out and I couldn't rely on the draft, I was at a bit of a deficit down the straight lines, and that's where it really was hurting me. So I pit way early, hoping maybe a yellow comes out when I'm leading. We can get like a half sprint to the finish, and I can just be in a good spot on tires where I maybe get lucky enough to win. But didn't work out. Still got P3. I don't know how. I mean, that's the weirdest third place in my life. I don't really know how else to explain it.
Well, hey, even if you can't explain it, I'm sure you'll take it. Jeremy Miller, great run. Way to stay in there and survive and be alive here in a 600-mile race. He comes home third. That's your third and final interviewer here tonight. The 30 machine of Jeremy Miller. Tony, back to you. And I think tonight we need to throw an honorable mention there to Bennett Allen, Eugene, and Rodrigo. Also, Chris Claude, for staying with it. But a lot of these guys here that finished just outside the top 3 had some great runs tonight as well.
Yeah, they absolutely did, Matt. And you just hit the nail on the head. I mean, take a look at our finishing order for tonight's race. Alex Murray, Nolan Hodgson, Jeremy Miller. We just spoke to those 3 guys. Bennett Allen coming home in 4th. Eugenio Alonso, your biggest mover at plus 19, coming home with a top 5. I think that's his first one this season as well. Both he and Rodrigo Logo running for Jack Dow Motorsports. So Alonso winning the Battle of Buenos Aires tonight, if you will. As the teammates finished 5th and 6th. Chad Stanner, Tanner Marty, and Ryan Samuelson rounding out your lead lap cars in 9th. Cody Colley rounding out your top 10. First car 1 or more laps down. John Wilco, Alex Gangler, Tim Cook, and Ken Ron rounding out the top half of the field, Matt.
Yeah, Matt White, Chris Claude, Ron Fitting, Dave Fugue Jr., and Brian Tarnowski round out your top 20. Nick Stein, Alex Princeton, Rick Jeanette, Sean Rogers, Dalton Mobley, and Aaron Mack. That's your top 25. 26 26, Aaron Mack. Joseph Lester comes home 27th. Jeff Carson, again, cannot escape that dark voodoo cloud in 28th. Lauren Jones comes home 29th, and rounding out the top 30, the final driver starting tonight's race, the 78 of Derek Hagman in 30th.
And that is going to do it for us tonight. If you are going to set off fireworks, it's a little late on the East Coast, but if you are on the West Coast watching, just do me a favor, just be safe. And if you've been drinking, leave the fireworks for some point tomorrow. But a big thank you going out to all of the men and women in our armed services as we remember those who unfortunately didn't make it home to be able to celebrate this weekend of remembrance. Have a safe rest of your weekend, ladies and gentlemen. He's Matt Metler. I'm Tony Trapasso, reminding you that until we meet again and as you walk down the road of life this week, do us all a huge favor. Don't play in traffic. Good night, everybody. Please stop that.